Hello. Good morning. Hey, Arma's in the chat. Hey, Arma. Ad might be running, so maybe I'll wait a few minutes. How are you, chat? I'm good. I'm really good, actually. Actually, for a bit, I was struggling with some, feeling like really anxious about the upcoming trip that I'm going on and just prepping everything. But, I decided that I would, for myself, start a travel journal to like write down all my like anxious thoughts leading up to it, and it's really helped. And like, yeah, there's a few things that I'm like, that's just like running through my mind, but I feel better getting it all out onto paper. And oh, where am I going? I'm traveling to Nepal and Bhutan in 2 weeks. Actually, is it 2 weeks? Yeah, it's 2 weeks. So there's a bunch of things that is complicated about Nepal and Bhutan. Like getting into the country in the first place. Being what your invite is where. Hopefully I'll be able to take some good footage and I can give you some good POV. I'm a little bit like, yeah, like I have some anxieties about it. I am someone that suffers from anxiety. I'm not on any medication for it. I've just had it my entire life. And going into a new country that I've never been to before, I also know that it's a developing country. I have nothing against developing countries, but I had an experience when I was a kid, as a teenager, traveling back to Vietnam to stay with my grandparents for a while. And at that time, this was like a long time ago, it was still very much a developing country where like we didn't have flushing toilets, where everything was still very much a squat toilet or like an outhouse kind of toilet, where water from the tap had a lot of copper deposits from the piping. Like I just remember not having a great time, but also at the same time I was a teenager. And then since then, Vietnam has developed like in leaps and bounds. Like my grandparents' house now have like a flushing Western bathroom with like plumbing and stuff, which is like something that you don't realize. Yeah. So for me, like, I don't know how like you live a particular life, and it's a good thing. It will get me out of my comfort zone. It will challenge me. It's not a style of travel that I'm used to, and I guess I'm also really worried about getting injured or hurt, and how that will impact my mood for the rest of the trip, because it is going to be a bit rough in terms of travel, in terms of like there is no train network, so everything is like by bus or taxi or walking. It is very mountainous. There is a lot of like the public infrastructure that keeps things really clean and safe. They don't have. They have a lot of beautiful other things, but those sort of things. So there are a lot of like diseases that make me a little bit concerned, like cholera, which is a waterborne disease. At the moment, they don't have an outbreak, but it does exist. So look, all I can do is prepare as much as I can. There's a few things that I need to do some research on, like how do I make sure that and also because I'm going on a tour, so I don't have the same ability to look up like, hey, am I gonna have a kettle? Can I boil my own water? Or what's the water situation? You know, there's not gonna be like the same conveniences as in Western developed countries, like having a convenience store, having like, you know, lots of supermarkets that I can go to. I don't know what the situation is. So there's that. And then there's also like the whole money thing. It's a very, I think they do credit cards and stuff now, but I think it's still a lot of it's still very cash based. So yeah. So there's a few things I'm working through, and I think like, because rather than have all those things run around in my head, I'm trying to like write them down and just tackle them one by one. And like how I deal with my anxiety is like, I do some research and I like, because sometimes the unknown is worse than like doing a bit of research and getting your head around it. So yeah. But yeah, you're glad I'm doing good. Thank you, Ame. So yeah, I'm working on it. There's not much more, like it's coming up real fast. And sometimes like the bad side of my anxiety is that when I get overwhelmed, sometimes I'll just shut down and I won't do anything at all. Or I'll procrastinate and do other things. Like, I'm fully aware I'm using Monster Hunter Wild and playing a lot of it as a distraction. But, you know, I'm tackling it. But yeah, how are you, chat? How are you going? Well, I hope you're well. I'm glad to see everyone in chat. And well, actually, today I did actually quite a bit of research, not about your working, almost finished though. Yay! Ahmed, you should probably get checked out by a doctor, but otherwise you're okay. Oh no, it sounds like something happened. I hope your situation gets better. Um, but yeah, I'm glad you guys are kicking it alive. I actually yesterday I also feel better because like there was a particular thing that was causing me a bit of stress. I wanted to get some paperwork done. I helped a friend out with some stuff, and I wanted to get it done before I went on the trip. So I managed to knock out I put in like 8 hours yesterday of just churning it through it. It's just like a lot of spreadsheets and stuff like that. You were in a minor bus accident. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Hopefully, no one was injured too badly, and I hope that you're feeling okay. Yeah, it does sound like something. I mean, if you have any symptoms, you probably get checked out by the doctor. But yeah, I'm looking forward to today. I'm really actually very glad that Valk, one of our chatters, suggested Tuscan Chicken because I've never had it before, and then it's kind of interesting. I didn't realize it was like it's actually a super popular dish in America and made famous, or I don't know what the word is, but by Olive Garden, and it tastes amazing. Yeah, well, Penguin, you're biased because you probably make a better version than I will. But yeah, I am taking some like shortcuts, like using frozen spinach instead of fresh spinach. But I was like, but I don't have to wash it and I don't have to cut it. And in Aldi, it's like 89 cents for 250 grams. I was like, hell yeah. So that might dilute things a bit and make things a little bit funky. But I think I don't think you can ruin cream and Parmesan cheese as a sauce base. So I think I should be okay. But yeah, I also did a whole bunch of so last time we made handmade pasta for the Russian themed stroganoff stream. And the rolling out, so the kneading was one part of the physical labor, and then the rolling out and cutting it was kind of hard. So instead of doing so we'll keep going, we'll repeat the same. I'm using the same notes as last time up to that point. And then instead of making the Papardelle pasta, I'm gonna try making a shape called Torfie. And I think there's two techniques. There's like a hand rolling, it's like makes a little spiral pasta. There's a hand rolling one, or there's one where you can like press with a knife to kind of like curl it up. So we're gonna try and see which one I can do. I like tried to like mimic the hand roll like just on the table to see if I could get it. I don't know if I could do it, but yeah, I think that we're gonna try and do that. I think the downside is that you're gonna have you have to make a lot of them. So whereas Papardelle, you just rolled out big shit and then you cut it and you got like a whole bunch of noodles. This one you have to like roll out each individual one. So there might be some RSI injury, but like guys, I've been working out my upper body. I've been I added like this like standing tricep curl thing, and I was like, okay, I think I've built up some upper body strength. I think I can take this on. Oh man, no one seemed injured, but you personally you could have had a concussion. You were in school and you slowed down a bit and we're in another bus. Oh. But it's over now and can't change what that has happened. Yeah. If it just happened, you probably... Did it just happen or did it happen a few days ago? If it happened like really recently, you do have to be careful. It happened yesterday. Sometimes like concussion can come on later as well, especially like if you have any headaches, any things like that. See how you go. I don't know. I guess it happened yesterday and you went to bed last night, you woke up and you're okay. You've had it ever since that happened. It does kind of sound concussion-y in nature, but usually with like those concussions, they need to check like your eye reactions and things like that. So I can't really say based on just a headache how severe it is. But yeah, if you're concerned, the safest thing is to get it checked out by a doctor. Concussion Red flags. Okay, according to the Australian Sports Commission, features that suggest more serious injury and should prompt immediate emergency department referral include neck pain, increased confusion, agitation or irritability, repeated vomiting, seizure, weakness or tingling burning in the arms or legs, reduced level of consciousness, severe or increasing headache. Man, there's something a lot more. Yeah. Let me see. I mean, headache is definitely a symptom of concussion, but whether it is of the red flag nature, yeah. So neck pain, confusion, agitation or irritability, repeated vomiting, seizure or convulsion, weakness, tingling, burning in the arms, deteriorating conscious state, severe or increasing headache, unusual behavior change, double vision, which I think is an indication. You would get it checked out, but nobody will believe me, so no one will take me. That's me every day. I'm concussed now. No, Penguin, no. It's like, I'm like that sometimes when people talk about symptoms of ADHD, and I'm like, is that unusual? I'm like, but that's me. I have not been diagnosed. I don't know if I have or not. It's, for me, it doesn't, I don't know. I'm, you know, surviving. I have not yet needed, like, it's not reached a point where I feel like it's affected daily living that I need to get it, like, diagnosed. You're always agitated, Ame. Maybe if it's different from that. I think essentially the picture that the severe symptoms is painting, it sounds more like if you've, so how concussion works is like you hit your head, but what happens is that your brain that floats, so your brain floats inside this like oh, we talked about it, well, we didn't really talk specifically, but we talked about meninges, which is the sac that it's like you have like a giant sac in your brain and your spinal cord, where your brain and your spinal cord sit in your neurospinal fluid or cerebral fluid. I've forgotten the official term for it, but essentially there's like a bunch of like fluid that your brain and spinal cord is suspended inside your skull, and it's essentially meant to cushion it, because it floats there, your skeleton may travel at a different speed. So this is where physics come in. So because your skeleton may travel at a different speed, your brain can also is floating, and so it is lagging behind a little bit with the speed. So with a car accident or a motor vehicle accident, because the car suddenly brakes, your body suddenly, your skull suddenly stops, but your brain in the fluid is still traveling forward inside your skull. So then what happens is the front part of your brain hits the inside of your skull, and then you can get a concussion, which is like a bruising on the brain. And because your brain is so it's essentially like the motor control powerhouse of the body. So if you bruise it, then there's this risk that you can like affect the way that like nerve signals and stuff conduct. And so yeah, so like it can cause the vision changes, it can cause like the weakness, tingling because of like the nerve thing. The confusion thing is like, as we talked about before, like, you know, altered conscious state can be affected by the brain. I mean, when the brain is affected. So not more science classes. Yeah, it's always good. You probably have a really bruised brain. Oh no, yeah. So there you go. If you start to notice any of those really bad symptoms, I would trust the Australian, well, for here anyway, concussion in sport. I'll copy and paste it for reference. I would trust the Australian sports people. But yeah, So yeah, today we're gonna be making Tuscan chicken, and handmade pasta and tiramisu because I thought I want something sweet to round out everything. I'm not always a sweet tooth person, but I like having a little bit of dessert with my meal. So to round it out, I decided we're gonna make tiramisu. And yeah, so I think we should get started because we have quite a bit to do. You're gonna trust a random Australian female that streams on this app called Twitch, and I talked to her in chat and now take me to the hospital. You're not trusting me. I'm just providing you resources, which is the Sports Australia website that publish a position statement on concussion and when symptoms are severe enough that they recommend going to a hospital because concussion occurs a lot in sports. So I wouldn't say trust me. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Just don't trust me. All right, we're gonna go to the kitchen and we're gonna get started. Yeah, set up. Good chat. Excellent. All right, I'm here. I have my mixer. You did actually tell someone about the whole rectum medicine in the rectum thing. Awesome! That's really good to hear. How did they take it? What was their reaction? Oh. They were concerned. Were they like, why are you listening to this streamer? Okay, I'm checking my notes and we're gonna do tiramisu first because it needs to sit in the fridge to soak through the biscuit for like the duration of the stream. So I'm going to mix the cream in this bowl. So we're making the cream first and we need to separate the yolks and the yolks from the egg whites because you then beat the yolks and the sugar. And do we have casts? I did purchase some cast of sugar. There we go. Cast sugar is just more fine sugar. You love tiramisu. You love Italian food. Yeah, we're doing Italian food today. I'm glad you joined. Maybe maybe your Ame senses were tingling. You're like, I sense Italian food, and then you joined stream today. So we're doing a bit of this. Okay, so we're gonna separate the eggs. So, okay, based on what I've learned, traditionally tiramisu is actually made from raw eggs. So that's what we're doing. And we're in a Western country, so all our eggs are pretty, I don't think there's going to be a risk of salmonella. So I'm going to separate, use this to keep, oh, I should actually, sorry. I'm going to put the egg whites. You literally open Twitch every time I'm live. It never fails. Even at 4 AM, you're up and you're live. It's like the world is fated. All right, separating. I need to conserve these whites. You do have Ame sensors. You have a superpower. Amazing. All right. Okay. Yes. That's one. Two. Oh. So probably the safer way to do this is to do it in a the separation of eggs in a smaller bowl, but I'm just like, it's fine. I'll just be extra careful. It's a weird superpower, but it's a superpower. Hey, you can work on your other superpowers. Oh, I'm trying to like get all this like you know how like in eggs there's like some white. There's some whites that are a little bit thicker. I'm trying not to puncture the oh sorry. I thought I had dropped the yolk. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I broke it, but I got most of the white off. I thought I lost it. I was like, no, my whites. Okay. And then we need 110 grams of caster sugar. You struggle separating egg yolks from the other part. You just get reluctant to do it. I don't need to do that. But how will you learn if you never practice it? You think your other superpower is being prone to injuries? Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. If you always get injured. Now, Penguin, you have to practice. All right, I'm going to set that aside. We need 110 grams, so I'll get my scales. I'm going to just measure straight into here. And zero that. Okay. I hope this is the only bag of caster sugar I have. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but sometimes like you forget you have a thing and then you buy another thing, like another bag of the same thing, and then you're like, oh no, now I have 2 bags of this. All right, 110. Oh, 113. They'll be fine. I'm running out of, oh yes. I keep running out of these IKEA bag clips. These are what I use to like clip my stuff. Okay, so done that. And then we're gonna whip this or cream this until it's like pale yellow. You're so tired right now, Ame. You've been exhausted the past 2 days. You've been on the bus. You've been sleeping on the bus, but you're always on high alert. I think that must be due to the accident. That's kind of what it sounds like. Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna cream it now. I think this effectively makes like a custard almost. Yeah, I need a spatula. Ooh, I bought this. I don't know if anyone cares. I bought this $2 spatula from Aldi, and I want to see if it's any good. Let me try it. It looks pretty good. Let's scrape down the sides. Every bump you hit, you whip your head around, look out the window, see what's going on. You must be like PTSD at the moment from the accident. Well, PTSD like I'm not giving a diagnosis. Traumatized? Probably traumatized is the right word. You already have PTSD, let's just add some more trauma to it. Hey, sometimes you just gotta make jokes about your own conditions. These yolks are really orange. It's like a peachy, color at this point. You're like the definition of an original character that the character keeps putting random trauma on. To like, as a plot device, you mean? To like further the story? I'm gonna put a... Let me get a tea towel. To cushion this bowl. You know what, chat? I would love a KitchenAid because I realized with KitchenAid you can get like attachments where they're like can roll out pasta. Like it would make my life so much easier. Oh, you got commissioned to make a book cover for someone. That's great news. Do you know what the book is? Do you want to tell us a little bit about like the story? Okay. I think this is kind of done. Oh, actually, no, I see some chunks on the side. Let me script that down. You won't share this tomorrow, but it's kind of fancy royalty type of look. Okay. Have you started your design of it, the process? Have you made a book cover before? That's so cool. That's such a cool project. You have. How are you finding the process? Are you in like, is it very satisfying? Have you got it like all under control? Are you like, yeah, I got this. I'm inspired. I got. Oh, cool. Speaking of books, yes, yeah, yes, times two. Speaking of books, I have so many I need to read, but the one that's taking up life at this point, all my reading is on pause. Penguin, I know exactly how you feel. I have so I do a lot of audiobook as well because I do a lot of art and I do a lot of like just stuff. So like I'm still feeding my reading. I just finished my heretical fishing audiobook, but I didn't realize that I finished the 3rd book. I didn't realize that the 4th book is being released this year. So I have picked up one of the recommendations from chat, which was Dungeon Crawler Carl. And actually I had a different girlfriend recommend it who's really into fantasy and stuff as well. And she quite enjoyed it. She's the one with the baby at the moment. And actually I need to, maybe after my Nepal trip, I'll come and visit her again. But yes, I've picked up like that because it's a lit RPG. And it's quite easy to listen to, like while you just do chores and stuff like that. But I have this feeling that I want to get back into the Brandon Sanderson book. So, oh my goodness, what's the series with the Radiance? Anyway, there's that series, and I was reading it for a while, but then I kind of got annoyed by Kaladin, and I was just like, rage for Stormlight Archive. Leo, hello. Yeah, so I was reading that, and then I kind of got like, I know Brandon Sander writes really realistic characters and stuff, but like I just hit a point where I was just like, this guy just like Haley, you're up. You've got the Mistborn series, you need to get Stormlight at some point. Oh, so I was thinking whether I should try Mistborn. I think I was also trying the Skyward one, like the underground plane stuff. That's with the girl protag who wants to be like a pilot. I was doing about a bit of that, but then I couldn't really gel with that protagonist. You got a good idea of what you want and need to do. You have a good inspiration. Good. Yeah. So there's a few things. The other thing I want to try doing, so yes, I want to get back to the Brando Sando thing, because I found that video about him recommending Elden Ring, and also like now my feed is like Elden Ring, hey, and I was like, oh no, there was like, I do want to try it because there was this like these two bros, this clip of these two bros showing each other their cool weapons, and I was like, that's a pretty cool weapon. And I was like, but I know there's gonna, and all the comments are like, my life, like the pain of Elden Ring. But anyway, yeah. So where was I going? Yes. So I want to get back into the Brando Sando books, but they're very more meaty. You haven't caught up with Stormlight Archive either. A bit intimidating because of the size of the book. I don't know if, well, so for a while in my corporate job, I had to drive a long time to a country town where one of my customers worked for like the hospital there because I supported them. And the drive would be like 3 hours each way. And so that's where I listened to most of Stormlight Archive. Audiobooks are great, man. Really, really good. Because sometimes it's just really hard to set up enough time to sit down and, to sit down and just have time to read through books. I actually read faster than I listen, but I'm more likely to pick up an audiobook because I do stuff like chores, like gardening, washing, that kind of stuff. Last in Lord of the Rings. I have not tried Lord of the Rings. I'm at this point, because of this, it's been so much in popular culture that I'm intimidated. I don't know if anyone else feels the same. So there was a time where I remember like in high school, I don't know if anyone's read Cecilia Dart Thornton. I loved those books. That was like, it's like nothing compared to Lord of the Rings. And also I think like my fantasy journey has been like very much like David Eddings, which is like the porn of prophecy, Terry Goodkind. But then Terry Goodkind's books, oh my gosh, if you've ever seen his physical books, but then I got to the point where like that series was just too long. I feel like there's a sweet spot. You'll have to post your book collection in the Discord lane. I have, I keep some nostalgic books, but I have let go of a lot of like books that have shaped who I am. So for me, like a really pivotal author for me is Tamora Pierce. She wrote, for me growing up, she wrote a lot of like young adult sort of books, but like not like okay, this is a controversial take, but I could not get into Sarah J Maas. I tried, and I feel like that is really that type of like YA, and I just couldn't get into it. Whereas like, yeah, just there is something about it, about the YA content in that just frustrated me from the first chapter. And I'm really scared saying that because I know it has like a massive following, and I'm like, please don't come for me. But yeah, for me, like Tamora Pierce is like iconic because I pretty much grew up reading a lot of books. And like, you read the ACOTAR series from Sarah J Maas. You did. Yeah, I tried. I'm sorry. I can't relate to that. That like, yep. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. It's okay. A lot of people don't get into it. Yeah, I tried. I really couldn't. Oh, hang on. Actually, why did I take this out? I got distracted. All right. Now, we add the mascarpone and the vanilla. Oh, should we be bougie and use like the fancy vanilla? I'm going to be bougie and use the fancy vanilla. I'm going to use vanilla bean paste because you can actually see, because this is like going to be like kind of white. You're going to see the vanilla beans. So like, this is going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. And like this recipe specifically said, make sure you don't buy the cheap mascarpone because it's too watery. Buy the bougie mascarpone, the branded mascarpone, because I think it has a higher fat content or something like that. So yes, I have purchased bougie mascarpone. Oh my god, I'm gonna guys, this cream cheese looks so good. I'm gonna lick the lid. No, I shouldn't. I should scrape into the bowl. But man, I just want to eat this straight. It looks so good. Mascarpone. 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 We're making, which is like, this classic tiramisu recipe doesn't use, it uses this mascarpone instead of thickened cream. I think some tiramisu recipes use thickened cream, but like apparently this is like the OG method. Valk, hello. Yeah, don't worry, we haven't started on the Tuscan. Actually, the Tuscan chicken is going to be like quite late in the stream because tiramisu needs to be made first to let it to absorb fully, and then we'll make the pasta because that needs to rest for 30 minutes. So your Tuscan chicken has not, it's going to be a little while away. Mate, you're going to get out and sleep. Too many people that I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I can introduce you, Ame, if you want. We have Falcon Penguin, who came along from one of our Monster Hunter streams. And we have, well, you know Leo. Leo is from one of our Monster Hunter streams too. And then now we have like cooking in common. But you probably do sound like you need to have some rest. So I hope you feel better. I hope it's not a serious concussion. And I hope that, you know, just some rest will make you feel better. These people have so much in common with you that I don't. You read books and stuff. Yeah, there's just like, everyone has different interests and hobbies. You kind of feel left out because of the conversation because of what's going on. You know, some people can take it as an opportunity to learn about new things and different things. You've only read Stormlight Archive. I don't know the other books they mentioned earlier either. You don't read the same books, you don't do the same things. Yeah, and that's okay. And it's okay if you find that like, oh, the topic is not to your liking. And you feel bad being here and not interacting. I mean, the interacting thing, is that because like you feel like you should be interacting, or is it just that you don't find the content interesting for you? And if it's the earlier, which is you feel like you should be interacting, you can just interact where you can. If it's the latter, where you want to interact but you don't feel like the content is right for you, and that's okay. Oh. But yeah, it's completely up to you what you want to do and how you want to, like, you know, if this is not giving you the relaxation that you want, that's okay. You feel like you should be interacting, but you don't know what to interact with because we don't talk about the same things. You don't have to interact if you don't want to interact. If you just enjoy like the vibes of what's happening in chat, then you can just take that away and enjoy that. there is never any pressure to interact. And like, I'm more than happy to like accommodate the lurkers to who just like Val who popped in a lurk emote. And that's perfectly fine. Sometimes like everyone goes through patterns of like what they feel like doing or not doing. And sometimes like, and in social situations as well, like I get that like sometimes where I'm in like a physical group situation and I just want to absorb the energy, but I don't, sometimes I feel awkward and I don't know what to say or what to do. And actually that's okay. Like, you know, just reacting with emotes and stuff just to be like, I'm alive is like, is also perfectly fine, perfectly valid. Okay. Oh my God, chat, it looks so good. Okay, so I've mixed the vanilla, mascarpone, yolks, caster sugar. This is going to be the cream base of the tiramisu. And then I need to clean these and I just want to lick them. Sorry for overreacting. You're going to sleep now. You're right, I need it. Yeah. No, so you're okay. If you're about the overreacting thing. I mean, yeah, it's just like, it's just up to you how you feel and what you feel like contributing and stuff. I don't want anyone in my chat to ever feel pressured or have to like, as in, apart from being like, you know, respectful and polite and stuff, but not like feeling like they have to, you know, follow, chat, whatever. You just do what you want to do. Like, and I'll be here doing what I need to do here as well. But yeah, if you're gonna go to sleep, I hope you sleep well. I hope you have a good sleep. I hope you feel better in the morning from your concussion. All right. Guys, I really want to lick these paddles. This cream looks so good. All right, I'm gonna, good night, Ame. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I'm gonna lick these things off camera. Oh my God, chat, it's so good. I'm looking forward to. Yum. I'm at times like this, I'm really glad I'm a no face streamer. Oh my goodness. This, I'm telling you guys, mascarpone, sugar, and vanilla, man, it's like thick, creamy. It's like a good, like, if I had to fill like a pastry with cream, this is what I'd want it filled with. I wonder if it's the same cream, like whether mascarpone is used to make like vanilla slice. Because like if it is, you know, this tastes like, it's like bougie dessert from the like the fat content. All right, now I'm gonna wash it so that I can effectively whip the egg whites. I did stumble across like this YouTuber, I've forgotten what the channel's called, where it's a guy, I think his name is Dan or something, I'm really bad with names, who makes like videos on, who actually does research on food history and then recreates those dishes. So he's like a more professional version of the stuff that I just stumble into. And his videos are so much more professional, and I'm just like, and I just think of myself, yeah, you know, I'm just here looking my my mixing paddles, and yeah, not professional here at all, but that's cool. I'm just being real. Okay, all clean now. I washed them after I licked them. Alright, I need to reattach this. Oh. Guys, this mixer, I can't believe how long it survived. I bought this from like Kmart, which is like a budget store, like probably like, I don't know, I almost want to say like 20 years ago or something like that. And it's like still going strong. Like, what the heck? And when Penguin's like, when Penguin was like, oh, don't you have the other paddles? And I was like, no. They're literally in the box. It just comes with the one thing. Because it was probably like the cheapest thing. But yeah, it works. All right. We're going to whip these egg whites till they're stiff, chat. Oh, it's changing. Is it stiff? Stiff is like, I think a little bit more. I think that's stiff. Okay, so I think the way you tell stiff is like you lift it and the peak that comes off the dollop stays kind of peaky. And I think that's what's happening here. But essentially you're just adding, I don't know actually why, but like egg whites are very good at like, so when you beat it, you're introducing air and it goes all foamy like this. And I mean, just even knowing like how to beat egg whites is a good starting point for a lot of like other techniques in baking, because I think like egg whites are used in like mousses and stuff as well to introduce air. And I don't know why egg whites are like actually really good at trapping air. Not sure. All right, I'm not gonna lick this one because like there's nothing tasty on these. So what we're doing now is gonna fold. Oh, we're gonna fold the cream into the egg white. Okay. And then apparently I'm trying to not destroy the air too much. Apparently. I'm not doing a very good job. I think I just dump all of it in and then... Oh. I don't know, man. It's not folding very nicely. As in, it's not mixing together very well. Be friends. God damn it. Here we go. But yeah, the other thing I started doing, so part of like why I want to journal is not for traveling is like, I was thinking like, okay, the other thing I'm kind of anxious about is like vlogging, like knowing what to say on camera for recording, which is different to knowing what it just like, you know, on stream, I just talk stream of thought, okay? Like stream of consciousness, it all just comes out, what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's inappropriate. Sometimes it can trigger people. Sometimes I'll have to like hold back and be like, okay, I have to like be careful how I say this next part because it might like hurt some people or something like that. But when I have to record for a video that I'm going to edit later, like, so I'm not happy with my intro video. I didn't know how to write a script. I still don't really know how to write a script. I was like, I just write it. And like, for me, I was at that point, I was just like, it was taking so long that I was just like, let's just get something out. And also like looking back now, there's other techniques that I did with that intro video, on YouTube that I was like, okay, I probably could have split things up, and I didn't really have like know what I was doing. Ooh, there's like some gunky egg stuff. I think maybe one of the shells. Yeah, I didn't know like what to do for the background and stuff. So like I'll probably at some point redo that, but I just wanted to get something out. Did I record an intro already? Oh, not for the stream and not for the video. I meant for like the introduction. So you meant to do like a trailer thing on YouTube, and I was like, oh, I'll just like create something. And it's not the best because I filmed the whole thing in one take on OBS. This is before I learned how to edit. I filmed it in one take in OBS and recorded it, and then like switched scenes and everything. And so with the power of editing, you can like do smaller cuts and then like piece them together and add different backgrounds. So what I did was I took like some game footage, I had it going in the background, and then I just recorded the whole thing. And now like looking back, like that was really scuffed. Like I need to redo it for your channel. Yeah, for my channel. It was really bad. I think, wait. Oh, no, maybe I did have, so, okay. The dredge video was probably like my first long edit, and that's when I like, figured out how to like chuck a bunch of clips in a row. So every video has like, is a new sort of like technique that I learned. And the like Singapore video was like, oh, I should make a thumbnail. Oh, I should actually edit it. And I was like, man, this stuff is hard. I think I probably put like too much thought into it. I mean, it's still the first time of doing everything. But yeah, so anyway, the point of the story. Okay, I think this is good. I need to stop touching it. All right, I folded the cream into the thing. Oh, I now need to pull 4 shots of coffee to mix with the hazelnut liqueur. I think they use like Calor or Frangelico. I got given this. So I'm using a brand called Nocello, which is a hazelnut and walnut flavor. I didn't buy this. My sister's ex-boyfriend gave this to me, and I was like, oh, thank you. I don't really know how to drink it. As in, I don't know how to mix it and stuff, but like, it smells nice and it works with tiramisu. So that's what we're gonna do. Right. I need a container to dip the biscuits into. So we're gonna start arranging now. Yeah, I don't know how to, I don't know how to, I'm a little bit concerned about how I'm gonna vlog things. I think I just need to find my style. That's really what it comes down to with a lot of this like creative stuff. All right, these are the ladyfinger biscuits that we're gonna use. So we're gonna make up, put this aside. We're gonna put the coffee and the stuff in there. We're gonna dip it in there. I should move this out of the way too. And then we need to put it, I don't know what size of a container for the final product. Like, so I think there's 2 layers. I think it's like biscuit, cream, biscuit, cream. So like 2 layers. So then is like, I think I just commit to like a final big container. And if it's like too big, I think it's fine. So like I'll use half this cream, spread it. I think it's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the coffee in here because the other option is like a smaller container. But then what if the smaller container is like too small, then it overflows? Yeah, let's do this. And then I'll put the coffee in here. And then the biscuits. Actually, I should do that thing where like you arrange it. It's been a while since I've made this. I've completely forgotten. So like the biscuits will be like kind of like this. Or should I make it in this one? How much is this gonna fit? I'm bad at estimating volumes. I think maybe the smaller one. Like this. Hang on. Let me lay this out and see. So I'm not like, so I have more confidence as I go forth. Oh, I think it's like that. Okay. This is such a big bag of ladyfingers. I might have to make I might have to make tiramisu again to use it all up. Oh no, more tiramisu. Oh, what do I do? Yeah, something like that. And then these are like sponge fingers. So I think if we use this container, the cream will fill it out. I think this is the container to use. And it will reach the top. Yeah, okay. All right. And I know exactly how many biscuits I need. Yeah. And I know it fits. Cool. So I'll use a different container for dunking the biscuits in. Oh. Yeah, this will do. So I'm gonna pour some. I need 4 cups of coffee and 2 tablespoons of liquor. No, I'll do the coffee first. Hold on. I'm excited because this is the first time I'm making tiramisu with the new, well, like relatively new coffee machine that I have. But yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yes. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this like travel vlogging stuff because the last Singapore video I did, it was born because I wanted to show chat the photos that I took. So I threw it into DaVinci Resolve to make like a slideshow, and then I was like, oh, and then it grew, and then I was like, oh, I should add some music so like chat has something to listen to while they look at it. And then I was like, oh, I should like add titles so they know what they're listening to. So there's like a visual thing component. Yeah, that's one shot. Oh, I should bring the, I'm bringing over the composting bin. One shot. I'll do all right. Thanks, Luna. There's a whole like I need to keep like a editing diary as lessons for when next I do filming, because like as I'm editing the Singapore stuff, I was like, oh, I wish I had more shots like blah. And that's the things I need to write down to remember. I have a terrible memory, chat. And so I made the decision like this week that I'm going to keep like a, so my plan for this Nepal trip is that, cause like, I'm hoping that it's going to be enough downtime that, so I'm going to keep a travel journal. And I said this with a lot of trepidation because journaling is actually meant to be really, really good for you. Yeah, journaling is meant to be really, really good for you mentally. Like it's to help you like with a lot of like reflection and like as an exercise to put down your thoughts and stuff. And it can also really help with like work situations, like very stressful work situations and stuff as well. But the problem with journaling is I can't be consistent, chat, about it. I'm really, really like flaky. Like you're meant to just do like a little bit each day and then I get distracted and then I don't do it. And when I am consistent with it, I do feel the benefits of it. I'm just really bad at being consistent at it. Therapist did want you to do journal. Yeah, yeah. My therapist says so too. Like a lot of my therapists, but like, and I've tried like, there's a style of journaling where you do like dot points. Oh. Oh, I have a delivery. Yeah. You were consistent for a while, but not anymore. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's really, really hard to be consistent. And how many coffees have I pulled? 3. I think. I should not. 4. No, I think I've only pulled 2. This is my 3rd one, and then I need to do 1 more. I can tell by touching the coffee pucks that are still hot. So these 2 are still hot. This is the 3rd one. I'm a genius. 2, 3. That's the thing, Leo. We're smart people. We know what's good for us. It's just really hard to be consistent. Like exercise, you know? Same problem. Okay. Last coffee. True, you should get back into exercise. Look, I'm not trying to like shame anyone or judge anyone. I struggle as well. And yeah, I struggle as well, really. But I've told you about my hacks where like I only watch like certain dramas while I walk to try and get me into the gym. And then like, so like, but it's kind of been working because like I've noticed that like I have, I don't even know what muscle it is. It's like front shoulder muscle definition. So it's like, it's not an area that I've ever had muscle before. And I think that's because of Pilates, a combination of Pilates and like weights. So I'm like, I'm motivated. I'm going to get swole, chat. But like, I've always been very weak with upper body. It always takes me like a really long time. And then at some point I'm going to try and like introduce in like pull-ups. I regret saying that because I'm like, this is gonna be so hard. But eventually I want to be like, I don't know, I just want to prove to myself that like I can do a physical thing without dying. Okay, here are my 4 shots of coffee. But yeah, you just gotta find something that you enjoy and that keeps you consistent. Whatever it is. It doesn't have to be like massive exercise as well. That's the thing. In the past, I always used to be like, yeah, I gotta like, run on the treadmill. And then I was like, I realized really, actually, when I think about it, I hate running. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Let's just even get into the gym in the first place. I gave me 2 tablespoons of this coffee liqueur. All right, we have proper coffee. Okay, this is going to be a fast process. So it is dip biscuits, half the cream. So dip the biscuits, place a little ear, dip biscuits on both sides, half the cream, then biscuits again, and then another layer of cream, and then refrigerate. All right, let's go. Dunk, dunk. Maybe I should have done 2 shots of coffee with one cup of 1 tablespoon of, you know what, it's too late. Maybe I'll just drink the leftover of this. And I feel like there's going to be leftover. There's just so much coffee here. Wait. Oh no, it's weird. I don't know how much. I want to make sure like it's got enough liquid to absorb. This stuff absorbs the liquid really quickly. Okay, and then I'll do some of one of these and one of these long ones. Alrighty. Okay. Oh crap! No! No! I picked it up and I dunked it. No, it's not ready. Yeah, just hang out for a second. Quick, half the cream. Oh my god, this looks so good already. I'm like, I want to eat this cream so bad. Okay, half. I hope this all fits. Oh my god, this biscuit is so soft. Go, buddy, go. I don't know if I absorbed this right. Oh well. I'm just gonna trust. Trust in the process. Probably should have. Oh, too late now. Actually, it did absorb up all the coffee, interestingly. Oh, wow. I actually need more biscuits because I think it's at the top of the container. Am I going to have enough coffee liquid? No. Yeah. Last one. And then the last bit of cream. You always get so hungry watching Friday stream. Yeah. I'm like, I'm sorry, but at the same time, they are fun, and I'm I'm glad that the cooking looks so tasty that you would feel hungry from it. I'll take it as a compliment. Okay. Wow, we actually used up all the coffee. I think one of them is a little bit, didn't get enough liquid. So, oh, you know what I'll do? I'll just pour some of my actual coffee on it that I'm currently drinking. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just to make sure it absorbs enough. These guys. It just won't have as much of that. Well, I think this one. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't get too wet. I'm a genius, chat. And then last layer. And then as it sits there to refrigerate, I think some of the moisture from the cream will go more into the... So maybe my thing might be like too wet now. Oh well. I think we picked the right container. Oh my god, chat. Look, even if the sponge is not delicious, the cream is going to be delicious. It's so pretty. Oh my God. Has to be the easiest dessert. Now, if you want to make this safe for pregnant people, with the yolks, you can whisk it over like a water bath. To like completely reduce any risk of like salmonella. Because this does use raw eggs. Now, this spatula is not the best spatula. If you're interested in the Crofton Aldi spatula, it doesn't have the right like bend in the curvature to facilitate bowl scraping. Gonna push that off the spoon and then smooth that out. Do you know in pharmacy tutorials, like in university, they would teach us, not for cream, they teach us how to fill a jar. So once you've made the cream, they teach you how to fill a jar. This is why I think pharmacists are really good like bakers. They teach you how to fill a jar so it looks attractive. So there's no air bubbles. And you use like this like metal spatula. I actually have one somewhere. I'll grab it out later. To like mix creams and stuff like that. It's really, really fascinating. It's like all techniques that you learn as part of like tutorials to make creams from scratch. You know what? I'm gonna lick this spoon. Chat, it's so good. I need more adjectives than just it's so good. I need to be like, it is luxurious on the tongue. It's creamy. It's a slight hint of sweetness. It's like foamy from like, as in, it's light because of the air bubbles from the egg whites. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Haven't even eaten the final product yet, but I already rate it a 10 out of 10. And then I have a lid for this. This is why I love these containers, because they come with like matching lids. And then I put them straight in the fridge. And then, oh, hey Google, you know what? There will be no setting. We're 1 hour in, so we're gonna eat at the end of the stream anyway. And then I'm gonna eat these biscuit ends. Oh my God, it's so dry when it's not in the tiramisu. What the hell? I think people usually dunk it in their coffee. Hang on, let me try that. Oh man. Dunk. Ugh, no. That texture is so weird. Don't do that. Oh, maybe because people dunk it in their milk coffees and I drink black coffee. So then I just got like, I don't know. I didn't enjoy that. It was kind of like dry and flaky and like, I don't know. Anyway, I have so many biscuits left. Like, I have 6 packets more. This will make another tiramisu, okay? I guess in the next few weeks, I need to make another tiramisu. I mean, these will keep for a while. Okay, at some point in the future, oh, I know what we should do, chat. Maybe in the future, I can do like a matcha tiramisu. I don't know. I'll let you decide. You can like, maybe we can like find like a different variation other than coffee. But coffee works really well with it. I don't know what other variations exist, actually. I'll have to do some research. But yes. I love that cream so much. It'll probably be the same cream base. All right, I'll set that to one side. Tiramisu is done. And now, pasta. Oh, I have to give this whole thing like a sanitizing wipe down because I will use the countertop to make pasta. Am I licking down the bowl? Yes, I am. But you can't see it. So it's not gross for you. Because this cream is delicious. Chat, this is why I need exercise. Because I love different kinds of food too much. What's the problem? There's like, to like effectively, you know, really build muscle, you got to eat like a lot of protein. And like, you know, to do it really efficiently, it's like, it really is chicken and broccoli, you know, chicken breast and broccoli. But like, I'm like, but it's so boring. So then I try to like add things to it to make it tastier. Okay, scissors to one side. What else? Oh, put this away. I don't think we need the mixer anymore. I think we're done with the mixer. And then put the tea towel to one spot. I give this thing a whole wipe down. I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna be like a fully fit like gym person, and that's okay. I'm doing it for health reasons anyway, to try and live a longer, healthier life and maintain independent activities of daily living. That's actually an acronym that people assess, by the way. This is kind of depressing. Well, no, you know what? It's the reality of getting older. So let's say you have an accident and then you're old being like 70, 80 kind of thing. And you come into hospital, and they also do like a occupational or like social check on you to see like, hey, if we send this person home, can they do the basic necessity things to keep them alive? So things like, can you go to the toilet by yourself? Like, are you able to walk there? And so things like if you have stairs and stuff that can make things difficult, are you able to shower yourself and keep a minimum standard of hygiene? Are you able to cook food for yourself? And so if any of these, and it's a whole like massive assessment thing. And at any of these points, you can't do the thing. Some things like if you can't cook for yourself, let's say you like broke a leg and you can't cook for yourself, can you get access to food? Or do they have to set up like a meal service to deliver food to you? And now with like things like Uber Eats and stuff, it's not as hard. But things like, can you go to the toilet by yourself? Are you able to shower? Sometimes they'll, you know, if you can't complete all these things and you need a lot more care, then you unfortunately can't actually go home by yourself. And so like, I would like to live, I'm planning long game, chat. I'm planning like, I want to live at home when I'm like 60, 70, like as long as possible. So to do that, you need functionality, like being able to function and walk around and stuff. And so weights is a really good way to retain. So as you get older, your muscles atrophy, like they get weaker if you don't use them. So you need to actively use them. And resistance training is one of the best forms of that, to like keep the muscles functioning, but also to maintain your protein intake. And there's like all different kind of ways to have protein. So like legumes and stuff is really good. Okay, enough gas bagging. Pasta time. Where are my notes on pasta? Here we go. 2 cups of flour, 3 eggs. I'm like, oh, pasta, my old foe. All right, I'm gonna try and use this. Oh, I needed that bowl. Damn it, I'll just quickly wash it. The metal mixing bowl. Yeah. I'll just wash the one thing. I'm excited to reattempt this pasta chat because last time it was so painful when I was eating it, and I was like, no, this time I have arm muscles now. I mean, it hasn't been that long, but like, you know, my arm muscles have a bit, maybe it's all like psychological. Maybe I just need to like outthink the pasta. I felt like I got an ass whooping last time with the pasta. And this is like my redemption arc. I'm like, I'm gonna do better this time. Okay, so the video that's in the recipe links shows it being done on the counter. Pasta fought back. Pasta really fought back. I'm like, what are these defense stats on the pasta, man? I'm like, they're trying to like do as much as I can. Okay, 2 cups of flour, 3 eggs. And I think we're gonna finish the flour, so I bought an extra bag. And we're gonna do, this will hopefully fit in here. Yes, okay. 2 cups, which is 4 of these. Yep. I should have bought like, apparently you can use like semolina to like dust your surface and stuff like that. I should have used that. I should have picked up some. Oh well. We have flour. Or yeah. This doesn't help if I'm scraping it into the bowl that I'm meant to be measuring it into. Not so smart. I'm a little bit dumb. You know what? It's all in the feels anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Because you need like the right texture, but you sometimes need to add like, what is the liquid? Oil maybe? Water maybe? Oh, add water if dry. That's the note I have. Holy crap. 2. Oh, I do need more flour. Yeah. Scraping the bottom of the barrel there. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Jace, welcome to chat. I want to use up all the old flour first. And then, I'll just, oh, will I spill this? Maybe. Oh, okay. So this is 3. This is the third half a cup. And then 1 more. Oh, crap. A lot came out, more than what I expected. Maybe it just needs like, there's a bit of a gap here. All right, that's 4 half a cups, which is equivalent to 2 cups, because I'm using the half a cup because that's what actually fits in the mouth of this container. Okay. I probably should just get a bigger container. Oh, actually, I think now I've made enough space that I can fit the rest of this bag of flour in here. It should have fit anyway because it's meant to be a kilo container for a kilo bag of flour. Okay. But I've decided I'm not going to buy a fancy container to store the flour in because I have a perfectly good container here. And then if I throw this out, then it's just adding to rubbish. And it's fine. I don't need to have an aesthetic pantry. I'd rather do my little bit for the environment. Okay. We then make a hole, from what I understand. A well, if you will. And then we do 3 eggs, olive oil, and a little bit of salt. Damn it! I needed that tablespoon measure again. So I was standing in the supermarket when I was buying the twine that we tied together for like the Monster Hunter Wild cooking stream. Anyway, and there was like these fancy new measuring spoons and cups, and I was like, that would be nice. But I'm like, oh, but I already have some. I can't justify. Unless it breaks, I don't really want to justify buying it just because it's prettier. But, you know, I still think about those measuring spoons to this day. I'm like, a really nice color. And they really stack together very well. It's fine. I do a lot of like, in the past, I used to impulse buy a lot. But now I'm like really trying to like curb that. I mean, also because I'm not pulling in a full-time income. But like, so I'm trying to be financially responsible. Whoa. 1, 2. Oh, I might have broken some shell in there. No, I think I got everything. And then 1 tablespoon of olive oil. And a teaspoon of salt. There's actually quite a bit of salt. I'll just eyeball it, like that amount. I'm going to put away the salt. Actually, we still need the flour because we're going to need to dust the work surface. And the olive oil can go. So if we fork whisk and incorporate the flour in slowly, then we make a shaggy ball, add water if it's still dry, not coming together. And then we'll knead for 10 minutes, chat. And that's where we're going to use the surface of the table. This is last time where the flour fought me, okay? I have my fork. We're going to fork whisk this. And then as you whisk this, bits of flour will like fall into the egg. All right, I know what to expect, okay? Oh, there's some water here. After this, like after doing my research in Tuscany, I really want to go to Italy now. I want to learn more techniques. I don't like, you know, you're like, you're not a pro chef. Yeah, I know I'm not a pro chef, but like, I don't know. It's the act of being able to do it. Like, I just want to know, like, it's like, it gives you confidence in like, what's the word? Like, sometimes it's fine to just have skills that you just enjoy doing because it builds you, it gives you a sense of who you are. Oh my God, I just like splashed a whole bunch of flour onto the table. Too much whisking. But yeah, so like things like, one of my trips I did to Japan, it's very random, but I joined a tour to go to wasabi field to learn how to harvest wasabi, and then they like show you how to grate it and stuff, like fresh wasabi. But like now I know, chat, like now I know where, like for good wasabi it needs like fresh spring water. So in the mountains of Japan, in Izu Shizuoka prefecture, yeah, you can there's where it's a prime location and the climate is like not too hot as well. I think it's like a family of the watercress. But yes, so and it runs and it grows in like sort of like a gravel bed with like flowing water. It's very cool. It's like, man, it's so zen. It's so nice. I really, really recommend it. Um, but yes, but yeah, just random stuff like that. That like, there was like another trip where I decided to sign myself up to join to like learn how to make tatami mat. So like, turns out it's kind of hard, and like the instructor had to do like you make like a little tiny one, but yeah, it's really fun. But yeah, there's random things that I now know how to do. But like sourcing the material itself, a lot of these like skills and things is kind of hard because you can't really get the materials and you don't have the right environment to do it. But I think like the other things I want this is why I love the Friday cooking streams. It's like, I don't know, it's just like learning random stuff. But yes, I would like to learn how to do smoking meats and stuff. I've said this before. I need to find the right like, you know, theme of thing to make. Maybe like another American holiday where I'm like, yeah, okay, in this one, we're gonna learn how to smoke meat. Okay, I think it is kind of coming together. I'm gonna try it. There's like still some bits of flour. I'm gonna make, oh, I think my watch is gonna get dirty. Yeah, let me push it further up. Away from my wrist. I think maybe I need a bit of water. This is not yet the kneading part. Actually, I should scrape some of this flour down. Oh my gosh. There's already a bit of a mess. Should I add a bit of water? Maybe I should add a bit of water. You're right. Maybe just like a little tiny. I don't want to add too much. Like I did like about a teaspoon just to like moisten this like loose flour. Because I don't want it to be wet. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I think the kneading is about to start. Hey Google, set a timer for 10 minutes.
Sure, 10 minutes, and we're starting now.
And then there will be a point where...
But I found these results
Oh, stop Google. Oh wait. Hey Google, how many timers are there?
You've got 9 minutes of
Yes, okay. The timer took. All right. Okay, chat. Now it's me. Hopefully I won't get out of breath while doing this. But it's gonna be 10 minutes of this, chat. I hope you're ready. So, I'm starting to feel better about the whole Nepal thing. Because the last few days I've been like putting my thoughts down on paper, quantifying exactly like, you know, how many extra things I need to do. Not completely done with everything, but I also managed to like apply for the, I got the approval for the visa to get into Nepal. So I'm like, cool, that's good. Oh my gosh, it's already up. This ball of dough already like feeling the struggle. Swapping arms at this point. I'm just trying to distract myself. Chat, distract me from those struggles. Okay. Leo. Distract me, Leo. Just a random distraction. No. I don't know. I mean, it's just this repetitive motion for a while. Let me think. What can I like? No, my brain is like all like, man, this ball of dough is like fighting me. I'm fighting back. Like, my goodness, there's like flour stuck between my fingers. I'm trying to add it into the bowl. All right, let me just like soliloquy on like Nepal. Oh, that's the other thing I want to do. So as part of like, yeah, okay, I have this like concern. I'm not going to be able to vlog well. It's going to feel very awkward. So then my other thought was like, oh, I'll write down, I'll do a travel journal and I'll write down my thoughts. And then maybe it's like, instead of like vlogging like randomly, I'll just read out what I've written, which will also be random, but hopefully a bit more coherent than just ramblings. And then I was like, next thought, I was like, you know what'd be really cool if like I could write poetry. I don't really know how to write poetry, chat. And like, I don't know, my first thoughts are like, I need to find a dummy's guide on poetry. Maybe I should try to like, maybe I should just start out with like limericks first. Like, you also don't know how to write poetry. Yeah. But there was this one time. Are you gonna write a limerick out? There are people who are like, I don't know, like, there was that one time that Jeannie like posted, you saw a really pretty girl and then you suddenly made a pop. Leo, I think you still have it. I actually kind of want to hear it now. Was the girl Alma? And was it like last week? You found it. Maybe you can, if you still have it, maybe you should like, it was years ago. Sure. I bet you it was Alma. Man, it's only been 5 minutes. Okay. But yes, because I figured like I'm going to be flying. I have to take 2 flights from Australia to Bangkok. And then from Bangkok, there's a layover. And then I have to fly from Bangkok to Kathmandu. You found it. Yeah, hit me with it. Distract me. Reading it now, cringe a bit. I know. Well, okay. Just post it. I'll read it. Mute me for a bit. And then you can come back. Chat. Share it. It's okay. We can forgive past Leo. And you know, it was a different time and you're a different person now. And it's okay to like give your past self a bit of a hug and be like, don't worry, everyone has been cringe. Ooh. Okay. Writing secrets I seek. Pray poets tell. My writing is weak, but I am under your spell. May this bear fruit and be worth lost slumber. I think you're cute. May I ask your number? Oh my lord! That's actually really good. That's actually really smooth. I'm legit like, oh, like there's rhyming. It's like, there's a fair number of lines in that actually. No flirting. Oh my gosh, chat, we're blushing. Don't tell me. Don't tell me, chat, that you didn't like, you're not also blushing like, oh my goodness. So, what was the outcome? Did you get her number? Did she give you her number? Man, that's a really good rhyme, like slumber and number. Oh? Oh no. Oh, you only met her once. Okay. Oh, did you not tell it to her? Oh, you couldn't give her the poem. No. Oh, was it a friend of a friend? Like, is there absolutely no chance anymore that you could like accidentally run into her? Oh, you kept going to the same place, but you never saw her again. Wow. Wow. It's a little complicated. Okay. All right. All right. Wow. That's such a, you know what though? It's a really nice window into a moment in someone's, like, it would make, I feel like, okay, so more than just that verse, but I feel like it would make a really good song and a really good music video. Like, there's something sentimental and sweet about it. Like, it's just, it encapsulates as a moment. You don't know. I think it would. You cringe a bit. It's not, there's like, no, I think it's, okay, the reason why it's not super cringe is because there's a bit of like humility, and like, it's actually, it's like, the Leo at the time that wrote it has a feeling of like feeling a little bit awkward about it, but then like is like shooting their shot. So I'm not talking about I'm talking about past you and third content. I do still kind of like it. I like it. I think like, I feel like it would be really good. I don't know, it feels like one of those lines that like if you had more verses, kind of like that. Even just using that story as the inspiration to write more verses about like it's kind of like reflecting on what could have been, you know, if you had given her thing, like could you have had like parallel universe Leo? It's like that sort of like, is it nostalgia? Guess it is a feeling of nostalgia, of sentiment, of curiosity, I guess. I feel like it would go great with like, oh, that's 10 minutes. Chat, we did it. Great distraction, Leo. Oh, in a different universe. Yeah, parallel universe. Okay, is it smooth, taut, and springy? Yes, it is. We did it. Okay. Oh, all right, now we wrap up the dough. And last time I wrapped it in a beeswax sheet. I'm going to use an old plastic bag because it's stuck to everything. So I'm going to use an old plastic bag that I have just to retain the moisture. And then leave it at room temperature, I believe. And then later we'll come back to it to roll it out. So this stuff can just stay there. And then we all have cringe. That's why cringe exists. So true. Hey, Tiny. Lurking again today, I see. Yeah. Don't worry, chat. I'm also cringe. Don't worry, Leo. We've all had those moments. But it's honestly not that. It's actually not as embarrassing as you think it is. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it would make like a really good song and MV. Like maybe something with like a cute, like, it feels like a premise of like the start of like a Makoto Shinkai like movie or something, you know? Maybe not. Makoto Shinkai is like a bit more like, we also made some more poems because of the event some years ago. I have one right now. I'm all right with sharing. Okay, hit us with it. All right, I'm gonna get the ingredients for the Tuscan chicken. Okay. So I chose chicken thighs. The start of a villain story. Okay, let's go. Make a wish, 3, 2, 1, and time moves on. The time you spent wishing has already gone. Don't get me wrong, it's good to wish too. Please know that within you is the power to make wishes true. That's a sweet one. That's more about like, more about internal strength. And to look forward. It's good. I don't even know if I can write that, honestly. What am I doing? Oh, Italian herbs. That's what I need. I think you have some talent there, but you know, I don't I don't know, like, I think anything that like someone has been able to put together that's coherent, that makes sense, is already winning. Oh, that girl made, was that from that girl too? That girl made you write a lot. There's a lot more verses here, but I can't make these now. Okay. Oh, onions and garlic. So we're gonna prep these, but we won't cook them. You know what? How much garlic does this want? 4 cloves. You know what? We're gonna use all of this. Sun-dried tomatoes. Yes, I have this jar from Aldi. The same girl. Oh no. Oh, and an onion. I'm just gonna use a whole onion. Man, that's really like, she's the one that got away, huh? Or you don't even know because you didn't even get to like tell her how you feel. That's the thing, chat. Sometimes it's better to just like, to just go for it, you know? Because what's the worst thing that can happen? They say no. And yeah, you'll feel like disappointed. You might grieve a little because you like built things up in your mind, but then at least you know. And then there's always the chance that something could have happened. Not that I'm saying like you did anything wrong in the situation, but yeah, I don't know. I live by the philosophy of like, I don't want to have any regrets. That's why I just want to try things. I'm okay with failing. And I'll be okay with like picking myself up and like continuing onwards. And sometimes it's timing as well. Sometimes the timing just doesn't work. All right. And that's for everything, whether it be like relationships, career, job, limited merch. I still remember like, oh, at the 21 concert, I was like, I would love some merch. All the merch ran out. Was sold. It was a different time. You still look back on the time fondly. Yeah. I remember when I was younger, I was really into this series called, like I was telling you, The Ill-Made Mute by Cecilia Darth Thornton. And like at the time, like this was still high school. I wasn't yet had like any crushes on any boys or anything, but my girlfriend and I were really into it. And like I still remember fondly of like talking about, so like I was never really into like celebrities, okay, but like 2D characters from novels, male protag. I remember like us being like, oh, he's so cool. He's like this like dark elf lord character. Actually, Cecilia Darth actually had a lot of poems in her books. I should probably like go back and see like, I should check out some styles of poetry to see if I can write something similar, get some inspiration. Okay. We're gonna chop this up. We're gonna crush some of this. We're gonna put them in bowls to get ready for adding it all in. I think the garlic and the sun-dried tomatoes can go together. This will season the chicken. The onions can go into its own bowl. Garlic, spinach, cream, parmesan. Yeah. Maybe we don't need to do the chicken yet until we're ready to cook. Thanks for sharing, Leo. I know the feeling of cringe, and I appreciate that you pushed through that feeling of cringe for us. And like, it's really, really cute actually. No problems. Okay. Oh, I should have yeah, like this. Hopefully, I don't know. If it was meant to be, maybe you'll see her again one day. What kind of onion? I guess just like wedges will do. I don't know what kind of onions is in this, and what kind of shape of onions is in this Tuscany chicken dish. I assume it's something like this. Alright, I'm just trying to not slice my fingers. Okay, that will be good. And then we'll do the garlic. But yeah, I'd like to be able to write some poetry, so. But yeah, I might set the bar really low for myself just to get things like, just to get the creative juices flowing. I might just like look at doing limericks. I even think like haikus are too hard for me. Cause like, there's a particular pattern. And I think I really enjoy rhymes. Either way, I just want to like, you know, use the experience as a way to like try out new things. Okay. Yeah, there's also like, because I'm doing a tour, I'm like, am I gonna be okay with like a whole group of like random people? I'm kind of awkward IRL. And like, it's fine if like, you know, people are also into games and like spend a lot of time on the internet. I mean, I can fake like, I can fake being a normie for a bit. And just be like, what are normal hobbies? Like, I guess crafting. I do craft. I can talk about crochet, but like, have I ever actually finished a project? I finished like one project, a beanie. I don't know. I feel like everyone, when they get really into whatever hobby they're into, becomes a bit of a nerd about it anyway. So like, you just gotta find that like aspect about other people and just like tap into it. Man. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna crush it. I think I'm gonna like, feel like slicing it. Oh, shit. Did I set a timer for 30 minutes? Oh my god. Chat, how long has it been? Hang on. Hey, Google. Wait, when did we finish the... Uh-oh. When did we finish the pasta? It starts at home and then it becomes a full-on addiction, just like playing Monster Hunter. Yes. I reckon it's been 10 minutes. Hey, Google, set a time for 20 minutes. Hey, Google. No. Wait, hey, Google. Hey, Google. Set a timer for 10 minutes. I mean, 20 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes.
No.
Starting.
Hey, Google. Set a timer for 20 minutes.
Sure, 20 minutes.
See, this is the Google Home not recognizing my voice. It's just like,
I don't know, but I found this.
oh my gosh. It's so temperamental. But yes. So I think I just need to find like, I just need to like find what the other people on the tour are into. What if they're like really annoying chat? It's fine. I'll survive. See, this is classic anxiety brain of like stuff that other people don't think about, but anxiety brain is like, but what about this? What about this? Like, why are you thinking about that? I'm also the type of person that's like, you know, when you're like, I saw a reel once about this guy talking about anxiety and about how like he just thought it was normal of like when you disembark a plane and you like get everything ready so that you don't hold up the plane or like the people behind you. That's me. I'm like, all right, gotta make sure like everything's in the backpack. My backpack's on my back. So as soon as like the line starts moving, I'm like, I'm following out because like I don't want the person behind me to like get mad at me. Apparently, non-anxious people don't really think like that. They're just like chill. Just like, here I am being like, am I gonna be able to use the toilets in Nepal? Okay, so okay, the toilet situation in Nepal. Apparently, there's a lot of squat toilets. Like I read all these like blogs about it, and I was like, no, I can't. I'm an Asian, but I can't squat. Okay, and it's just like, it's just, I don't know. My muscles haven't been trained that way, and like here I am at home, like trying to practice my like squatting just to be like, all right, if I have no choice, I need to be prepared. I know, chat. I know. It's I am an odd person. I'm okay with this. It's like coping mechanisms, you know? I want to do like slices of garlic. But yes, there's that. There's also like I actually finally, because I'm worried about the how much reliable electricity there'll be in Nepal, so I've also like bought an extra battery pack for my camera, which is actually, because it's actually like an old camera, it's actually kind of hard to get, and like I don't mess around with cameras, like as in batteries. I don't get third party. I've like read too many horror reviews of like camera batteries like swelling and stuff when it's like third party from not the original company. So yeah, I've got that, like, oh. Okay, but yes, I'm trying to be, and then there will hit a point as part of the planning where I need to just stop thinking about it and just like, if I have it, then that's fine. If I don't have it and I discover that I left it behind, then that's fine. I'll roll with it. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we're gonna do we're gonna slice up the sun-dried tomatoes and add it in here. I think today's gonna be, I think we're on track. Where are we at? 2 hours. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Okay, apparently you meant to slice this into strips. Wow, sun-dried tomatoes are like finicky. But yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a lot. So the chicken in Tuscan Chicken, they put like, they usually use chicken breast. Well, that's what the recipe said. But then I was like, oh, I'm not a really huge fan of chicken breast. I always find that it always like ends up being a bit dry. By the way, I think you're only meant to use like half a cup of sun-dried tomatoes, but what am I going to do with the rest of this jar of sun-dried tomatoes? I'm just going to use all of it. Because if I don't, it's just going to live in my fridge for like the next year. And like, I know enough about myself that this is a problem. Oh, okay. What was I saying? I already forgot. I got distracted by that. Oh, the chicken. Yeah, so I go about chicken thighs because generally dark meat tends to like, and also there's like, with the technique, there's like a bit of simmering involved to reduce the sauce and stuff like that. But do I really want like whole giant chunks of chicken? Or I can't, like, it feels like it would be kind of annoying to eat with pasta if with like giant chunks of chicken. So I feel like before I cook the chicken, I should cut it up into smaller chunks. Or do people like, you should try using thighs. You usually use chicken breast. I mean, chicken breast is leaner, but chicken thigh with the dark meat, it's a bit more, it doesn't dry out as easily when you have cooking techniques that like involve a longer period of time. Generally, like chicken breast is good for like if you're doing roast chicken and you want to like strip it apart for like cold chicken salad or something like that, or if you're pounding it out to make schnitzel, chicken schnitzel. So then you have like a more even piece. But then I've done like, I don't know, my preference is like thigh because I like the different textures and stuff like that. But yeah, so I think I'm going to cut it up into pieces because at the end of the day, I'm going to pour it onto pasta and I want to eat it with just a fork. Like I don't want to have to eat because the Torfie pasta is also like small little bits of pasta. It's not like, you know, I feel like a whole piece of chicken would be good with a side like mashed potatoes or like, you know, one of those classic sides. So yeah, I think I'm gonna like cut up the chicken thigh so that it can be more easily eaten with a fork. I know I'm like going against the recipe, but like, you know, I like, you know, once again, is this just my like my brain on overdrive being like, I want to think about the final eating experience. I don't want to make sure that it's fun. But yeah, I'm excited to make this pasta because I want to see if I can actually roll it. It's like this like hand motion, this like hand smear across, kind of like a, just making my way through this. Oh, so originally I was like, yeah, I want to like sing on stream and stuff. And then I didn't realize how bad I was until I started doing singing lessons. Like I was like already like, oh, maybe I'm okay. I'm like, no. Well, also my singing teacher's a bit of a hard ass. Which like, I think she's so funny. She's older and she has sung, she is this professional singer. She doesn't, I think she doesn't really do that much performances anymore, so that's why she teaches now. But she used to perform like opera and classical singing and stuff. That's not the side of the type of singing I want to do anyway, but she knows the techniques. Anyway, I was like, oh yeah, let's do sea shanties, because that's like I really like sea shanties, chat, like, which is, I'm kind of like low-key obsessed with like pirate energy, like Sea of Thieves and like pirate games and stuff, which is why this new like Yakuza pirate game I actually really want to play, because it's like two of my favorite genres thrown together. I just like the brohood, the bromance. I just think bromance is so funny. I like a bunch of friends getting around doing stuff together. But yeah, she's like hard ass, guys. Like, she's like, oh, your shoulders are going up because you're breathing through your chest instead of your tummy. And I'm like, no. And it's all like muscle learning. But yeah, it's really rough. Anyway, turns out I'm not that great. So it's gonna be a long time before I feel confident enough to like perform anything. Okay, we're going with that. We have 9 minutes left. Oh, well, the estimated 9 minutes left on the resting of it. Oh, we can probably cut up the chicken now. So they said you can use this oil for the cooking of the Tuscan chicken with the sun-dried tomato. So I will do that. And then we'll cut up the chicken for the purposes of marinating with salt, pepper, and Italian herb mix. And we'll just find a bowl. Yeah. We'll toss it all into the bowl. We'll cut it up, toss it all into a bowl, marinate it, mix it around, put it back in the fridge as we roll up the pasta, and then when we cook, it'll all be ready. I think I found a different recipe than the one you made. I may need to see the one you found. Oh yes, recipe links. I've linked them all. And also I've been copying the stuff that I write in hello and recipe links to the YouTube VODs as well. Because I was like, oh, so recipe and links plural. Yeah, the links of all the recipes that I'm following are there. But, you know, when you watch the stream, you know that I deviate from it. And the cutting up the thigh is my own decision to make. So I'm going to do into like... I don't want to make it like too small. Also, by cutting it like this size, I think it will also even out the cooking time, because it'll all be like approximately the same. This is like, this is just like from experience of like, this is how I like to eat the thing. And so I'm just like adapting it to how I like to eat it. And not necessarily what the recipe says. Okay, that piece was a bit too small. Yeah, something like that. Oh, man, I love pasta, guys. I also, I'm very curious as to like, what is a vegan? I think I saw some videos about how to make vegan pasta. I suspect the flour has a higher protein content, so then you don't necessarily need to add the egg, I think. But yeah, I'm also curious as to like, how do you make vegan pasta? Because I do have friends who are vegetarian. Okay. I think there's more chicken here than what the recipe calls for. It's a different recipe. I mean, it's very close to the one you followed. My recipe just doesn't have onion and for some reason uses more garlic. How much more garlic, Penguin? So I think I used like 6 cloves of garlic. So the recipe says 4 cloves and I was like, nah, that's not enough. More garlic is always better. Your one uses more garlic than yours. Oh, really? Okay, and then I've also added more garlic to my own interpretation of it. Let's do this. Oh, I think some of these can be trimmed off. Send those into the composting. More garlic is always better. This piece of chicken is like a bit more fattier than the other ones. I'm just gonna do a bit of cleaning. Okay, that's good. But yeah, I like pirate themed stuff. And it's like, you know, I think it's just so interesting what makes people like different things. That's why I'm always interested when someone's like, yeah, I'm into this thing. And I was like, oh, but why? Why are you into that thing? Like, what about it attracts you to it? Okay. Trim this off. The recipe uses butter to cook in rather than oil. I'm sure it doesn't make much of a difference. You didn't realize the variations this had. Yeah. You have a lot more experience than I do with this dish. So, I think I went with this one because it had the most reviews on it, like people interacting with the recipe. So I was like, oh, so people actually like, you know, felt compelled enough to interact with the recipe. So I was like, yeah, I'll give that a go. And then I had a skim of like, you know, the introduction of like, and like I was like, oh yeah, this person seems to know what they're talking about. So like, and then I had a skim of the recipe and I was like, yeah, it seems legit. Well, you know, it's got chicken and it's got like Italian herbs, so like that's what the that's what the title of the food says, which is like Tuscany chicken. I was like, yeah, that sounds all right. I think the butter may not make as much of a difference in this particular recipe because there's so much cream, is my thinking, because I'm going to be tasting a whole bunch of creamy stuff. Anyway, it should pretty much taste the same. The sauce ingredients, yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like the Parmesan and the cream is going to overpower, you know, slight differences that might come from butter. So for example, like that stream where I made Sailor Jupiter's bento box and I made rice takikomi gohan, and I added butter in there, that would make the butter stand out more because there's such light flavorings, as opposed to like if I just used oil in that recipe rather than butter. Whereas like in this, it's like I'm using like 1.5 cups of cream with the Parmesan. Like I don't think you'll be able to tell whether I added butter or not. But you don't like the taste of Parmesan cheese? Use a different cheese. Oh, what kind of cheese? Like a hard cheese, like an aged cheddar or something. Yeah, I need to make some space. I think like a hard, crumbly, sharp tasting cheese would work anywhere in this. Oh, the pasta has been rested. Or has had adequate time to rest. All right, I'm going to clear the table of this. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need to wash the red paddle thingy. Okay. And then I want to, so after I mix this chicken and let it marinate for a bit. So I am taking creative liberties here. All the recipes I saw just had like big chunks of the chicken. I suspect that like if you're like a parent and you just want to quickly, wait, how much Italian herb? Ah, whatever. Wow, this Italian herb is like kind of bougie. I see like dried garlic in here. I see dried chili. I assume like oregano. Let me see. What does it say? Garlic granules, tomato granules, basil rubbed, onion, black pepper, oregano, parsley, marjoram. Isn't marjoram oregano? Red bell pepper, canola oil. Oh, I'm gonna add more. You don't know what cheese it is. Me being lactose intolerant, the bag says lactose free, but it's a bigger brand. I assume it's cheddar. Oh yeah, probably like a cheddar. I think so. A long time ago, talking about cheeses, a long time ago, I didn't know when I was younger that there were different types of cheeses. Okay, and in Australia, there's a brand of cheese called Tasty. I think it's the bigger Tasty cheese, or one of the big cheese brands. And that's just, I thought that was a type of cheese. I think what it is it's a like a non-aged cheddar. But so when I was, and it was like when I was younger, when I was in uni, I went on like a girls' uni trip to Hawaii, like a group trip. And when I was there, I went to the Cheesecake Factory. And you can change what sort of cheese you have on the recipe. And at the time, I didn't realize there were different types of cheeses. So I was just like, do you have Tasty cheese? And literally the waitress was like, they're all tasty. Like, and I was like, oh no. I don't know how to communicate the type of cheese I like. I don't even know what the cheese I like is called. Yeah. And now I realize that there are different types of cheeses. Just like how there are different types of wines and varieties of wines. And now, my favorite Tasty cheese. Right? And I think even at the time, I didn't really quite understand either, because she was like, oh, you know, we've got American cheese, Colby cheese, Jack cheese, or something like that. I don't know. Americans have like also their weird names for their cheeses as well. But like, yeah, everyone was, and like Australians will understand. Like, it's literally called Tasty Cheese. Like, that's the branding of it. And that's the cheese that like, that was like the only cheese my parents bought when I was growing up. Because like, you could get them in these like, I don't know, like a kilo block for really cheap from the supermarket. Or actually, no, before that, my parents would buy me like the Kraft individually wrapped cheeses. I really didn't like that cheese. It's like a, that's kind of like a plasticky kind. Man, like nowadays, I see like parents making lunches for their kids, and I was like, that's not the experience I had growing up. I had like white bread. A kilo block cost the exact same as the bag of shredded now. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm trying not to talk about prices on my stream, but I'm very much aware. It's okay. I thought all meat was chicken when you were young, and my mom will never let me forget it. Because like as a kid, you just make these assumptions in your head, you know? You're just like, yeah, like it's just all like cooked chunks of meat. Then you just eat it like that, and then that's it. But like my lunches growing up, I had like white bread, that Kraft singles cheese, and like a slice of ham. And if it's fresh, I think maybe it'd be okay. I guess it's the equivalent of like bologna and cheese that American kids grow up with. But my goodness, like on a hot day, that stuff was terrible. And then growing up, you get given like a little bag of snack chips, or like sometimes I would be given white bread and Nutella spread, which is like white bread and sugar. Like, you know, it's okay. I grew up and I was fine, but like I see the reels now that like moms make for their toddlers, and I was like, man, that stuff looks kind of good. All right, I need to put the, okay, this is marinated now. I'm gonna put it away. Put it in the fridge, and then we will deal with it later. This base. And here we go. All right. And then I need to give this all, oh, fairy bread, white bread and sprinkles. Yes. Fairy bread was, actually, I thought it was only a party thing, but actually I did have it as lunches. Fairy bread is literally white bread, butter, or margarine, depending on like how your family rolled. And sprinkles, which is just sugar granules. Like, how did we survive? I don't know, but we did, and we're here now. And then there was a phase where when you're growing up, there was like these bars called LCM bars, which are like puffed rice with that's been stuck together with like melted marshmallows, and somehow they marketed it as being like healthy because it was made from rice, but it was really just, once again, carbs and sugar. There's a theme here. Okay, I'll put this stuff because we're going to cook it later. Oh, my coffee. Move this aside. We're about to to get our pasta on, guys. And put this aside. By the way, when I use the word guys, I don't mean like, I should be saying you all. That's more sort of like neutral. Okay. Let's do this. A bit of a wipe down. And maybe like, we'll mark this as healthy, fills it with sugar. That was literally, and so also the other thing is, oh, what I learned So I was reading these books on like, I'm just interested. Sometimes I'm just very interested in like the stuff. So this book was written by a nephrologist the reason he's writing a book on like obesity, and the reason why he cares about obesity is because his patients, so obesity puts a lot of is a starting point for a lot of other diseases, right? And so for him, like he would sometimes meet the patients earlier on when they have like this, and sorry, how to put this all in context. So a nephrologist deals with kidneys, okay? And one of the things that really sucks to deal with is kidney failure. So not only for a patient, but also for a doctor. It makes, or for the healthcare team, it makes everything really, really complicated, okay? Because without your kidneys, a lot of things don't get filtered out of your body. And when those components build up in your body, they can lead to death, okay? And it's a very slow way to pass, okay? So, and it also makes it really hard to treat people like with like medications, because the kidneys filter out a lot of junk. Yeah. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna wipe this down. So I read this book by this nephrologist who was trying to prevent people from getting to end-stage renal failure. So with end-stage renal failure, you have to be on dialysis. If you're lucky, you can have dialysis at home. So if you're rich enough, you can get the machine at home, and that can like, essentially it extracts all the blood from your system. The machine does the filtering, and then it pumps it back into your body. There's also another technique of dialysis, which is really interesting, that I saw in the patients there. It's called peritoneal dialysis. And essentially you use the sac lining that encases all your internal organs, and it fills up the peritoneum, which is the space between the sac and like your tummy, with fluid. And it uses the concept of osmosis to extract out all the toxins into the fluid, and then you expel that into like a bag, and then you remove that. So it uses like osmosis, and it uses like gravity to do the stuff, which is like kind of cool, because then it's like you don't, sorry, I got excited about peritoneal dialysis, which doesn't really relate to like where I'm going with this book that I read. I forgot where I was starting our chat. My gosh, see, this is the thing. Can you imagine me recording a vlog and then just rambling on about, I don't know, random stuff? Where was I going with this? Why was I talking about a nephrologist and renal dialysis? Oh, I remember now, because Penguin was like, oh, I'm going to mark this as healthy. And then that reminded me of the fact of the food pyramid. So as a kid growing up in Australia, and I think it's the same in America, you're taught that the food pyramid, the food pyramid is like the bottom, the most things that you should eat is carbohydrates. Is that right? We have that too. So the point, I can't remember exactly what it was as a kid, but it was all completely wrong. It was carbohydrates on the bottom, then it was like protein or the vegetables, and then protein, but essentially carbohydrates on the bottom. That is all wrong. What should be on the bottom that you should eat the most of is vegetables and green fibrous things. And there's a lot of studies to show that fiber is really, really good for your body. It reduces like slowing absorption of food, reduces like insulin resistance, a lot of stuff. You can, if you're just going to change one thing, just increase the fiber content. It should be turned upside down. Yeah, carbohydrates you still have them. But you should have them in moderate amounts. But yeah, so that pyramid was actually, so in this book this guy wrote, and I think he's US based. But in this book this guy wrote about obesity, the situation that we're all in is because a lot of marketing. It's because of a lot of like money has been poured into saying from like grain companies or farm companies that like you should have more grains because then you create this artificial demand, and so then they can sell you more of this stuff. And like all this stuff about like, so about needing dessert and sugar, you don't actually need dessert and sugar. You can enjoy it, it's still fun to have, but you don't actually need it. And sugar and stuff is usually like was meant to be a scarcity, and you would have it for like special events like weddings, birthdays and stuff. But now like you don't actually need to have it. It shouldn't, it's definitely a sometimes thing. All right, we are now going to, let me check my notes, laminate the pasta, chat, which is roll out, fold it 3 times. Okay. Remember last time? Oh, that's right. Last time I lost count because I got carried away. This time I'm going to learn, and I'm going to write down where we're up to with the lamination. With a little thing. Okay. So we're going to just do like some flouring of the surface. Oh, yeah, buddy. And then, oh, I've got a bit of dust on the table. What? It's still here. Okay. And then, oh, I made it too floury. Beat my dough. Fold it into thirds. All right, this is the first lamination. Number 1. I'll do a little check mark. And keep track of it. But yes. But yeah, you don't want renal failure, guys. Renal failure really sucks. And your life is like very much stuck to dialysis. And generally dialysis has to happen like 3 times a week. And when your kidneys fail, a whole bunch of other stuff is out of whack as well. Did you know? I don't know. You probably don't know. But, oh, we're on a second lamination. Did you know that your kidneys actually convert vitamin D into active vitamin D? Is that right? Hang on, what's that chemical process? Hang on. I need to fact check myself. Not fact check, sorry. Fact check. Conversion of vitamin D to active form. Yes, vitamin D derived from sunlight or diet undergoes a 2-step conversion to its active form. Yes, that's right, calcitriol. That's why, where do I post my book collection? Like merch? I think there's a merch section. Like I was thinking, oh, that's where we can post all like figurine collections. And I was gonna post my like vase collection. I've just been really bad about like taking photos. But yes, vitamin D, you need your kidneys to convert it into the active form before it can have a benefit to calcium absorption. Yeah, you need vitamin D for calcium absorption. Fun fact, chat. Fun fact. This is why you need to like make sure you have you know, enough sun exposure for your body to generate vitamin D. Which is why in like renal failure patients, you have to give them the active form of vitamin D because the kidneys are so bad they can't convert it into active vitamin D. But yeah, you don't want kidney failure. That's pretty bad. Okay, and this is the final lamination. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. I don't actually how big lamination needs to be. It doesn't feel neat. Should I just do one more? I'm gonna regret it. No, I'll do one more. Yeah, I'm gonna move my pile of flour to one side. I'll just do one more. can't remember what this step does. I think it realigns the gluten or something like that. Okay. Ah. Okay, it's probably not good enough. Whatever. I'll boil this baby out some more. There. Ah. I'm trying to use my upper back muscles instead of just my arms because that's where you have more strength. How are we doing for time? Okay, I think we're going to be okay. Even if this takes us an hour. I hope not. So I think you're meant to like roll it and then it forms like a tube. I don't know, man. It's not really rolling. Roll faster, roll. And then you're meant to get like a tube. And then you're meant to like cut it in like a tube that's like one. You think, oh, you think they passed the Furama Blossom. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, that's the, is that the night one? Is that the night bloom one? Is that the moonlight one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy with my, I got 43 of them. The full moon one, yeah. I mean, we all knew it was going to happen. It was definitely at some point going to happen. Oh my gosh. Come on. Tube of dough. Roll with me. Come on. This is like... Ah. Okay. Man, in the video, their tube is like a lot more even. This is fine. It's all fine. Okay, I'm gonna try to do like cut like a bunch of them. So they're like, they said like 1 centimeter kind of things. And then the thing they did was like, okay, so I saw one where you roll it like this into like a little worm, and then you use your hand to like smear it. Oh man. It doesn't look like, what? It don't look like what the videos showed. Chat. What the? This is not. Hang on. I need to watch this again. YouTube. There's some YouTube shorts as well. Torfie pasta. So he rolls. What the fuck? You know what this is, chat? This is how you draw it out. Draw a circle. Next minute, ow. He just made like, he just did this. What? Just did this and then he just did like this. What? I don't understand. What? How to shape the trophy. This. Wait, maybe I need a wooden board. Like, would a wooden board help? Will it give it some friction? Honey? What? No, wait, hand. So you used like, oh, I'm getting a little bit of a curve. No. Maybe my balls are too big. maybe my balls are too big. What am I saying? My balls are pasta, I mean. No. How do you... The hell? Smear? Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna fake it. I'm gonna fake that they're Torfie. So just like grabs a little ball, rolls it up. No. I don't got it. What the hell? There's like so many of these YouTube shorts where they just go blah 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 blah. Like the blur is like the curvature. What? I'm not like, you should look this up, chat. Like I'm not even kidding. It looks, now it's just smearing it. Oh wait. There's a video with arrows. And go across and then up. Wait. Up and then down. Up and then down. Okay, let's try this. Up and then down. No, I don't got this. No. You know what? We're just gonna have sad looking pasta. Maybe. I don't know. See, I need to go to Italy and go ask the nonnas how you do this. Or someone's Italian grandma needs to like show me. You know what? It's just gonna be little like smears of it. Okay, so he goes like up and then down. No. Up and then down. No. No. It's just like try and like. So I've also seen a knife technique. I'm gonna try this knife technique. One. I feel like you roll it. I just have to be careful not to cut myself. Oh. I think maybe the knife might be easier, but I think with the knife, yeah, it needs a bit of flour. Turns out, chat, this is definitely my toxic trait coming through when I see a video and I'm like, that doesn't look so hard. I can do that. Turns out, no. That's that's brain hubris. That's what that is. I think some of these chunks are going to be like really thick. So like, yeah. Maybe I should go back to Papardelle. I thought this would be like a fast process of like, bloop. You know what I got now? I think I have Otteretri or... You know what? This will do. I think like whatever this technique is, I have little chunks of sad pasta. gosh. Okay. There's a certain pressure that you need to apply, is what I'm learning. Anyway, it's fine because it's going to be covered in the Tuscan chicken sauce anyway. So, wow, this pasta is very firm. Eh. I can feel you guys playing Monster Hunter as I do this. All right. Look, I can't get the spiral shape going. I don't know how, but I can get this other shape called otrechi, I think is what it's called. Yeah, if I make it like into like a little. How do they make it glide? It's kind of there. Look, I'm not even gonna give it a name. It's just scuff pasta. But like, it's definitely less taxing than making the Papardelle, I have to say. I think the way to sell this is if I consistently stuff it up and then it all looks the same, and I can be like, and then that's where I'm like, yeah, it's that pasta, don't you know? And then gaslight anyone else who's like, that don't look like no pasta that I've ever seen before. That's the technique. We'll consistently stuff it up and then gaslight everyone else. The Italian naysayers. I was like, yeah, it's from the blah 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 region in Italy. Don't you know? Okay. I mean, I can consistently create this like schmear, which like I'm okay with this. Just like, oh, you have no option but to be okay with this because it's the only thing you can make. I'm like, yeah, but like, I'm sure it'll be delicious. Oh, I even have bought this like silicone tray thing to like put it on. And let me put that there. Actually, no. I'm gonna put it here like this. And then I'm gonna like, and then I was gonna call this as like done. Like, oh yeah, look at that. I got a little something there going on. But yeah, when I was doing research about Tuscany, chat, like, Italy is wild. The history of Italy. I mean, it is a very, like, that area of the Mediterranean, like, had a lot of like turmoil. Because, like, I think Italy is like very fertile. This is fine. Just do this. I think because like no one really, with Russia, they didn't have too many neighbors. So then when we were like learning about when I was learning about Russian history, I was like, oh yeah, it's like stuff to do with like interactions with China and like the surrounding countries. But like with Italy, it's like everybody at some point wanted a piece of Italy. This is kind of fun, even if it is kind of ugly. This little lumps of pasta just hanging out over there. But yeah, there was like the Byzantines, and then there was like obviously the Romans, and then like the Vikings, the Germanic tribes wanted a piece of Italy for a while, and they actually owned like the bottom half for a while. People just like, oh yeah, I'll take a piece of this country. Like what? I'm glad that, well, mostly that kind of like level of pillaging has decreased on that kind of scale. Ooh. It's fun actually. I just found a technique. Who knows if it's the right technique, but it kind of works. I wish I could do that trophy. Let me try again. Every now and then I'll just like throw in a trophy attempt. The thing is, they do like a consistent pull. Yeah. Actually, maybe I'm getting more used to the pressure. No. I think they did this way. And then this way? No. Was it this way? And then this way? No. At this point, don't even look like gnocchi. It's just smeared. Maybe I should sign up for a... No, you know what? It's more fun if I like actually go to Italy and do a pasta course. A pasta class. I learn better when there's like a narrative. If the nonna's like, yeah, I've made this for like 50 years. What do you mean? I need to be shamed into a chat to get it right. Ooh, this is very relaxing. I'll just like ruffle it around in the pasta, in the flour. I'll do like a little pile where I like roughen it around, and then I'll push it up to the top, and that will be like the final product. Okay, I need to like just hustle with this smearing. Smear. Bit of more flour on the board. I think you do need a bit of friction, which is why like doing it on like a stone bench doesn't create enough friction. And then I think I'm going to roll this out into a tube, but like I'm not doing a very good job of it. So I'll just do my best. Yeah. Play-Doh, I have to say, is so much easier to play with than this. There's still a lot of like elasticity in here. Ooh. Right now, there's like literally nothing going through my head except for like, oh, this is kind of fun. Just create like a bunch of like pasta nuggets. To assist with the smearing. Yeah, this is good. Oh. Now I want to try it. Okay, so this is I think with gnocchi you have like a carved wooden pattern thing that you like press your thumb into, kind of like this. Ooh, is that a thing? No, I don't think so. Oh, I stuffed it up somehow. Oh, good enough. I think I'm getting into the like rhythm of it now. So anyway, chat. What's going on? How are things going? What else is happening? Oh, I actually was being so yesterday I did like a whole bunch of paperwork and I discovered this like Australians will know this channel, the SBS channel, and there's this like program called Insights, and they get like a whole bunch of people Australians on. Actually, one of them they had actually had like an American, where they just talk about like a particular topic. So originally I was interested because I was like, they had a topic. I first clicked on it where it was like, oh, about retirement and like, do you feel ready for retirement? And they're asking like retirement people, and then they had like a millennial on there that was talking about fire, and then and so I was like, oh, interesting, and like, you know, planning for retirement is like a very long time away, but you should be thinking about it like as early as possible. Yeah, so, and then since I clicked on that, YouTube was just like, hey, want to learn about from this show SBS called Insights. They also like had a bunch of people who were involved in accidental death. So they didn't murder anyone, but a death occurred. And like, holy crap, guys! Like, you know who has to deal with a lot of crap? Train drivers. So this poor train driver has had to deal with like 2 incidents where people have died as a result of like not his negligence, just people wanting to, yeah, do things. And this poor bloke is just like, he's clearly still struggling from it, and I think it's good because he's just like, hey, look, he's suffering from, he acknowledges he's suffering PTSD, and the reason why he came on the show was he wanted people to know like, hey, sometimes the PTSD comes out as like, you know, grumpiness or aggression or his inability to like regulate his emotions and things like that, because there will be, for a while he said like he couldn't even drive a car because every bump reminded him of the incidents that occurred. And I was just like, you know what? He's like, yeah, like, you know, I just go to work and I'm just can you imagine? You just go to work, you're trying to like drive your train. It's on a track. You know, you've done the thing that you should be doing, which is don't crash the train. And then if someone jumps, there's like no way a full train can stop in time to prevent anything. So there's really nothing he could do, but then he still has to live with it. It's felt really bad for that guy. There's also some other stuff that was on, there was stuff about like living as a mixed race. So they use the term mixed race, but apparently mixed race, I didn't know this. Now I'm going to let you know. Mixed race, people who have 2 cultures, who are born from 2 different cultures, tend to not like the term mixed race. Some people are okay with it. It depends on their own personal experience with growing up with it. But some people don't like the term of that. They find it like, you know, it implies that they're like half of 2 things, but neither full of another. So then I don't know what term they prefer. They just said they just didn't like it. They're like saying that like, so there was a woman that was like, came from Filipino and German heritage. And she's like, I am both Filipino and German. Like I am born of 2 cultures. But yeah, there's a lot of like loss of identity and like, not knowing one part of their culture. I think she lost a lot of contact with her German parent, and they didn't really teach much about her German culture. It's very interesting people's stories. See, it's like so many different lived experiences in the world, and everyone is valid. Okay. I wish all the random stuff, guys. Like, and then I'm just like fascinated by random stuff. Like, so for a while I was like very intrigued about the Singaporean public housing situation. So like they have like some of the highest rates of home ownership in the world, like 89-90% of home ownership, because like the government controls the amount of like owns practically all the housing in Singapore. And so you like when you're in a relationship, and it prioritizes families, which I can see the flaw in that, because what if you were a person that, you know, is just not romantically wanting to be in a relationship, and that's perfectly valid. There's nothing wrong with that. But then that disadvantage puts you at a disadvantage. Anyway, so people who like are in relationships or about to start families and stuff like that, the housing, you put yourself on a waiting list, and the waiting list prioritizes you. I think at the moment, like, there is like, people are, so they set this in place. So like, you know, they still have to pay a certain amount, but it's not like, if you were to buy it privately, it'd be like $1 million or something like that. Whereas like to buy it through this, it's like 50, I don't know, like 50,000, 100,000, something like that. It's like really affordable. And then essentially when you don't own it, you own the lease. So you get that apartment condo thing for like 99 years. But then I'm also curious as to like the everyday nitty gritties. So like when you rent from a landlord, they're responsible for like repairing it, or making sure that like if the water leaks, they fix it and stuff like that. You can repair people in. What's the situation in these like housing, HBD? I always get the acronym mixed up. Flats. But anyway, the reason why I was watching this documentary was they were talking about how people were kind of like gaming it for profit, because when you say you apply for it as a couple, the condition is that the couple has to live in it for at least 5 years before they can resell it. And the reselling process is actually you're selling the lease to it to somebody else. But the resale of it, depending on like the location and what's been developed, you can resell it for like quite a bit of money. But then it also does put in the situation of like, oh, let's say the marriage or the partnership doesn't work out. Like you're still bound by that 5-year rule before you can like, so then what happens? I don't know. It's very interesting. And you can buy private property in Singapore, according to this documentary. It just costs a lot of money. So yeah, I think essentially I think the moral I take away from that is that there's no perfect system, but a society where everything is built to standard, to code, because the government has to build it according to it. So there are things, I think it's all shades of grey. There are some things that are a bit slightly better. But yeah, I like hearing about different like living situations in the world and seeing how people live. Not that I'm planning to like build my own city or anything like that, but just like, because so much of like all that stuff affects how you live your life. You know, what sort of infrastructures affect how you live. Even just things like, it's fascinating, like the trajectory and development of different countries. Like, we don't have tipping in Australia, but tipping was very much part of life in America. And I found it very, that to me was a culture shock. Also, like, I didn't like, as a consumer, I didn't like the guilt being put on me for someone else's livelihood. I would rather pay more overall and have the price of their livelihood factored into the thing that I was purchasing, and that they would have a living wage. Yeah. Anyway, topics that, like, I am one person that just has an opinion on, whether it's like correct or not. But yes. Gosh. It's gonna take a long time, chat. Oh well. I want to eat my tiramisu already. See, at this point, I'm not even like really trying to make sure these tubes of like pasta are like nice and neat. Just keep smearing it and see where we get. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, so I think we have a plan for next week, which is, I think the Monday will just be normal Minecraft. The Wednesday will be wilds, fishing. Need to like, I'd like to unlock it, but I think like I'm kind of in like the winding down, not the winding down, but like the normal levels of like wanting to play Monster Hunter, not the crazy like I must progress. Now that like I'm uncapped and I've progressed through all the story content. Oh, Betty Bear, hello, thank you. I will drink some water. Oh, I'm looking up now and the camera has blown out. I should. Wow. I think my chat froze on my thing. I cannot see you. But Birchie's Bear. Chat, that's hilarious. Okay, hang on. Let me fix the camera. Yeah, the hydrate worked because I was like, oh, you are still alive. Sorry, chat. Sometimes the, oh, hang on, let me, oh, do you know what? I think it's time to change the angle anyway. Let's try a different angle. Yeah, let's look at the mess together. Wow, I wrote, okay, wait, let's see. All right. I missed it from like, so I think my chat froze from when Leo said the full moon. So let me catch up. You can feel, but I only just launched the game. I'm making, oh, Jeannie, hi, Jeannie. I'm making cavatelli. My feral balls didn't even bloom under a full moon, just sad. Very sad for train drivers. Oh, yeah. Oh, Penguin, you got a $20 tip from your work mods. One of the customers was like, this is for you, for servicing my room and just being yourself. Oh, that's so nice. I think it should be used as an additional on top to demonstrate like appreciation, but I don't think it should be like that's what you depend on to live and have a living income. Birchie Bear, almost offended. It's for what? Okay, Leo can always still, yeah, chat check. Yep. All right, I'll I've caught up. And you've been updated. And let me crash. Wow, that's so weird. So it stopped the app. The app's a little bit flaky, honestly, is how I feel about it. But is what we got. Yep. Okay, you're refreshed again. Back to smearing. Man, I thought this whole time you guys were just lurking. And I was like, okay, I'll just keep talking. See, I tap into like, okay, earlier on with streaming, you tap into this part of your brain where you're like, okay, whatever happens, I just keep rolling. And then sometimes it's like, oh no, actually, people are chatting. It just froze. All right. So I guess based on what Jeannie recognizes something about the same we're doing, we're making cavatelli. Is that a thing? Okay. I mean, we'll take it because really I was going for a different. I'm looking it up. Cavatelli. Yeah, you know what? Let's adapt that. It's so we were trying for Torfie, and Torfie was kind of hard, and I couldn't get it to work. So now it's cavatelli, which is also fine, and it's not very consistent, and that is also fine. What camera are you using here? This is the better camera. This is the Logitech Brio. It's not mine, by the way. It's borrowed from a friend who isn't using it at the moment. The one that I actually own is the one on the top one, which is the Logitech C something 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 streaming. It was pretty good. Yeah. It's a webcam and it's pretty fancy. And it's not mine. I'm just waiting for my friend to be like, I need my camera back. But that hasn't happened yet, so I have such kind friends, honestly. That put up with a lot of my shenanigans. The number of times that I've gone to being like, okay, what if we do a trip to Japan and we visit some wasabi fields? Like, a lot of conversations, the proposals start out that way. The Nepal one wasn't me, by the way. The Nepal one was the girlfriend. Oh, update on the girlfriend, the one that was like kind of getting harassed. She's taking out a personal intervention order. So yay, like that's good. I suspect he might have stopped harassing her, but I think she's just really worried. So actually, I haven't checked her messages. Let me just quickly check and make sure she's just okay. Yep, just taking out a intervention order, which is good. Veggie Bear. Yeah, Veggie Bear, you missed Leo's younger Leo's poem. Wait, why is it called a person facial? And do they ever abbreviate that when writing it down? So their acronym is PVO, but I don't know what the PVO stands for. Essentially, it's intervention order. Penguin, that wasn't a poem. That was a full flat. Okay, I actually think like I would be impressed. I am impressed, but like I'm trying to imagine if somebody randomly said that to me, I'd be like, wow, like that's kind of impressive. Whoa. Missed it. Hey, Leo should post it into like art, sorry, into the art sub channel or whatever. Sending the poem to your friend stalker, maybe he's got a chance. No, I don't think so. I think that's a terrible idea. Oh, okay. So I don't think this is more time saving than Papardelle, but it's kind of fun. So And the nonnas do it way faster. But this is fine. Oof. I just feel like, yeah, I can make cavatelli. That's what we planned to make all along. The trick is to have an ancient Italian grandma who won't let anyone else make the pasta. Yeah, that's... I have to be my own Italian grandma. Don't worry, I think the Tuscan chicken actual like cooking of it is quite fast. There is a bit of like simmering involved, but like... This is then it just gets made on the side. The problem is then you try and make the sauce and she won't let anyone else make the sauce either. Yeah. So then you never actually learn. No, I think this is you know what, who we can blame for all this? Not the problem. The root of all this pasta making is Jen, okay? And like that's who we can blame for all this. Then you also try and cut the prosciutto and the ancient chunker had loose in his fucking mind. Is prosciutto an Italian thing? So I know like Iberico ham is a Spanish thing. I guess it's like a cured leg of pork. Oh, the light is very bright. Damn. Let me try and adjust the lighting down. Please. Jamon is Spanish prosciutto, yes. Is prosciutto Italian? Or prosciutto is Italian jamon? I don't know. Yeah, what came first? I'm gonna drop down the exposure. I think it's hit a point. Drop down the brightness. And I think I just have to block out the light. I gotta protect my... Yeah. Oh, it needs to be like up here. Kind of like, whoa. I have a giant like... It kind of works. But like this section needs to also be blocked out. Oh! Does this work? I need to somehow stick this here. Maybe I can balance it on like... I feel like this is famous last words. Anything starts with the word... Yeah, if I just balance it like this. No. Like this. No. Like this. I don't know. It'll have to do. Like, I'll move the pasta out of the sun. There'll be like a white smear there. Everyone gonna like cured leg. Let me face it like this way and shuffle this over. And like so things aren't so much in the sun. This is the... It's like the curse of the natural light. I guess this is why people film in like a box and then they create their own light to have more consistent lighting. Oh well, at least hopefully you feel like cozy cottagecore vibes. This tube, this roll of like pasta. Urgh. Ah. Yes. What else has been doing? I still just watch like silly, oh, is it silly? I'm still fascinated by like weird internet VTuber art world drama. But a lot of it is like people not paying people the right amount, which like, or like people wanting art for a cheaper price, but not really realizing like how much effort goes into art and editing and all that kind of stuff. And like, I don't know, people just like look at something as like it's a product, but doesn't see the labor and hidden costs behind it. All right, need a bit more flour. This is a bit of a tedious process, but it's definitely easier than the Papardelle. It's just that it's a repetitive task, and then I have to like fill in the time. We're getting there. You know what though? I reckon that this would be more fun to eat because like little cute lumps of pasta. Okay. Schmear. Yeah, chat. If you're like replying and I'm not like reading out what you're saying, you could probably safely assume that like the chat froze for me. I was like thinking, oh, it'd be really cool to like do IRL stream when I'm on my travels. But then I have to figure out like what the setup is. And it's like, I don't know, it's a lot of like technical planning of a lot of things. I guess that's why people like hire camera people and yeah, have whole entire teams. I'm just like, every now and then, just refreshing chat, just in case. We're at like 2.5 hours. Maybe it would have been faster making the Papardelle. But, you know, we're committed now. So, Papardelle it is. I still haven't made a successful trophy. So this kind of task is really good for listening to an audiobook. Maybe I can retell like, let me retell. I should try and like influence people into like liking the same books I like. But then I'm kind of like, I don't know, it's a very nostalgic book. I don't know if it like holds up to the test of time. Oh yeah, so high fantasy, like Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it's still like, I don't know if I'll ever get around to reading it actually. I feel like the modern day and age has rotted my brain somewhat. Like so if you don't know, like Terry Goodkind books are like these massive chunking books, like huge brick-like books. And I used to be able to like smash through that in like a week. But now definitely my attention span has gotten worse with this like modern day and age. Like books that like even I want to get through, like 3 Body Problem. It's like, oh, I could read at night before I go to bed. You're the same, yeah. At night before I could read the same. But then now, like, oh, instead my brain just wants to like rot scroll for a bit and then fall asleep, which is terrible sleep hygiene, by the way. I know this. Yeah, there's a whole thing, chat, called sleep hygiene, which is things that you can do to increase the chances of you, like, your mind. It's like brain training, to train your brain to like associate a certain set of behaviors with like going to sleep. And like it's generally the first sort of things that you're meant to try before you hit like the sedating medications and stuff. And sometimes people don't always, sometimes like some clinicians just want you like out the door, so they'll just give you the sleeping tablets. But it's to do it holistically, it takes time to like educate people on like some of the techniques that they can do, and sometimes it doesn't always work, which is fine, but it's generally like the first thing you should try before you go straight to medication. And it's things like, oh, it's time to go to bed, so like remove any sort of like stimulating materials. So especially like screens are meant to be really bad because it's emitting light, and the light kind of like, your brain is like sort of wired to be like, oh, the dark is coming down, so it's like, oh, it's time for me to like rest because there's nothing else I can do, so I might as well make use of the night to rest my body and repair any like cellular damage that has occurred over the day, and rest the brain, and then also do a whole bunch of like mental processes that process what happens and put things into like long-term, short-term memory, into long-term memory and stuff like that. But yeah, with modern day and the rise of electricity, oh my god, chat, they're kind of cute. My little pasta balls, my little babies. But yeah, with the rise of like modern day, it's just like my brain span has just gotten worse. It's pretty bad. So like, I don't think I have a chance in, yeah, getting through like Terry Creek. Not that I really gelled with his stuff. His stuff became like way too like, you know that problem with like Dragon Ball Z where they just keep like leveling up? And like magic systems just kind of like, he did have a strong magic, but then I think he also ended up like being like not a very good guy anyway, and then I kind of got like over his stuff. Actually, a series that I do want to reattempt getting into is The Wheel of Time. I tried getting into it. So the other problem as you get older, getting into fantasy, is that you're, at this point, like, I've been exposed to too many tropes. And so then, and when things were published, like, so like Lord of the Rings was the OG, like, journey, fantasy epic kind of thing. And like for me, like David Eddings is the classic, like, oh, you have like you want to read Real Time, it's on your list anyway. Yeah. Especially now that you know Brando Sando actually finished the series, so it is complete. Yeah. But luckily, there's still like a lot of like, I've more recently discovered Ursula K. Guin. So in the last like 5-10 years or so. And her books are a lot easier for me to get into. I kind of like shorter books now. Meanwhile, all the Game of Thrones are waiting for a series to never be finished. Exactly. They followed the wrong writer. Like, when I found out about Brandon Sanderson and like how it'll never be done, you've given up hope, Daddy. Don't worry, we got Brandon Sando. Last book sucked anyway. Man, I think he's just off enjoying his life. Yeah, he's just off enjoying his life. I did enjoy the intrigue of that actually. I need like but yeah, Ursula K. Le Guin is like, I actually really enjoyed the Howl's Moving Castle novel because Howl's Moving Castle, the movie, is based off an Ursula Le Guin book, which I think is of the title Howl's Moving Castle. I think I really enjoyed the book more than the, well, they're different. The movie is a very different interpretation of the book, is what I felt. But yeah. I wish, actually, there's a lot of things I still need to read. So, yep, Wheel of Time is on my list. I also want to like get through all of the Terry Pratchett books because there's a lightheartedness to his books, and he's passed away now. That my soul is the. There's so much on your list. Yeah, it keeps growing. I know. It's like when people recommend stuff, it's like I do want to read it, but it's like my brain has to be in like the right space or need for something to pick up the recommendation. And it's like it's the same with like anime. Ooh, and ban from here. Yep, I'm on it. Veggie Bear. The last few books you can kind of tell he's on his way out. It's sad. Aww. Is this Terry Pratchett, is it? Yeah. But I think I have read, yeah. I have read all of the series that is to do with the guards, the Watchmen. Like I went through and selectively picked those out a long time ago and read those. And like the humor is just so good. He's so witty. I wish I could be that witty. I wish I could be really clever, but I'm not, and that's fine. What I don't have in like weirdness, I have in I don't know. How would I describe? I need to like bolster myself. I have enthusiasm and positive attitude. I'm a can-do kind of person. But yeah. Oh, actually, okay, so one of our favorite topics, Pride and Prejudice. I watched this documentary about Jane Austen and like how she actually passed away in her 40s. They're not sure what she passed away from. But like she is apparently meant to be a very, very witty, intelligent person, IRL as well. But apparently she spent like a long time polishing her novels. The creative writing process is so fascinating. But yeah, can you imagine like if some of these people like live longer, what could they achieve? Man, my hand is kind of like hurting now. I'm applying quite a, I don't know if you're meant to apply this much pressure. I should ease up on the pressure maybe. All right, we're almost done. The last stretch, the last stretch, pardon the pun, the last stretch of pasta left to go. Almost there. And then we can get on with cooking the Tuscan chicken. Oh my gosh. Buddy, schmear. Schmear better. Like I'm gonna have there's some like some people I hear are like, so I've heard people say, oh yeah, I don't want to retire. Like, what am I gonna do? And I was like, buddy, like I can't wait to retire. Like I have like so many things, like like I actually can't wait till I'm an old person because like if no one bothers me, I will definitely get into MMOs. Like if I didn't have to like surface and like do stuff, like I will spend all my time playing MMOs. Thank you very much, and immerse myself in an online world. I'm excited with like for what technology future will bring because I am so gonna be that like old person gaming. It's gonna be great. But before like I cannot move around and be less mobile, I want to do some more traveling and like experience different cultures and worlds and stuff. And also like oh, I wish I really wish that like so if everyone's watched Star Trek, there's the holodeck on Star Trek where you can like load different like programs and time periods and like experience them. I want us to get to that level of technology. Can you imagine like how cool the pyramids would have been when everything was being discovered and like before like all the tomb raiders and stuff, like people were pillaging and stole things and moved it back to their country. Like, do you know how cool it'd be to like see all that stuff and like, okay, the British, let's admit it, the British did pillage a lot of like Egyptian like stuff, ancient things for their museums and stuff. So did everyone else. But there's something I would like to know whether like the representation of like the British people exploring places is true, like, or whether it's just like a really romanticized view that we have now of what happened back then. Like, there were so many things I was just like, I want to know. Oh my gosh, really there. The shapes are starting to look like more funky. Oh my god, last one, done. Oh my goodness, my right hand is very sore. Okay, all right, buddy. I was gonna let you dry out. Well, little buddies, little babies, little pasta babies. Let you dry out on the side over here. And then we need to set up. Oh, I need to wipe down this. My thumb, okay. I'm probably doing it wrong. I'm probably applying too much pressure. I bet you a nonna is going to be like, nah. But I don't have an Italian nonna. If I had one. Does anyone else have an Italian nonna I can borrow? Okay. Let me move all this away. So much cleaning up to do later, chat. I think it took like maybe like 2 hours to make pasta. This is definitely, you know, I would have a lot more fun if I had a glass of wine in hand as I was doing this. Is all I'm saying, okay? I was just saying, it'll be fun to do as a group. All right, setting up the cooktop. And then we're gonna make the Tuscan chicken and then we can eat everything. The doing is also fun. I gotta admit, the best part is the eating. Gas can. Oh, I need to, the one I have is a little bit empty. Yes. And coffee time. Be back, maybe. Good luck, Betchy Bear. Thanks for hanging out. So cream. Oh, stretch. Thank you. All right, I will. I will. Oh my goodness. Actually, no, that is, you're right. I should stretch out the hand that I just used to make pasta. Or I should do hand stretches because holding the knife and applying pressure downwards definitely put pressure on my thumb. Gotta protect my hands for gaming. This is my mouse hand. Actually, most of you I try to play on controller now anyway. Actually, and I need to stretch out my back because all that bending forward. Oof. All right. Thanks, Betchy Bear. I have some leftover Parmesan and some other Parmesan that I need to use. Oh, this needs to be cleaned up later. What else have we got? Oh, the onions and the garlic that we had before. Oh, we'll use up that oil. So this is vegetable oil. And it smells really good. That was in the jar of sun-dried tomatoes. So we're going to use that. We'll finish up this gas can. Actually, I should double check my recipe pages. What's the other one? Tuscan chicken. Seasoned chicken, that's done. Sear chicken. Cook onions. So sear chicken and then take out the chicken. Then cook the onions, do all the saucy stuff. Then add the chicken back in at the end. Add garlic, sun-dried tomatoes, spinach, 2 cups. Ah, spinach. So this is potentially where things might go a little bit wonky. Because I have these like frozen bags of spinach. That frozen. And each one is 250 grams. And they said they want 2 cups. Which is 2 bags. But I did buy 3 in case I decided that was looking a little bit not enough green. So in ratio. Okay, let me move some of this stuff out of the way. And I should not put the paper here in case it catches on fire. And we also need to boil the pasta. So we'll boil the pasta once we've made the sauce, because I don't think it'll take that long. Yeah, is everything in frame? I'm going to use tongs because I don't have a lot of dexterity control now that my hand's bruised. Like there. Yeah, this will do. Let me go closer. But then we risk the sunbeam, but I think it's okay. There's a pen and script. Yay! I can feel the meal getting closer and closer, chat. All right, I'm going to use this vegetable oil. Honestly, I'm just really excited to eat this. Okay. Is that enough? I think it should be all right. All right. The trick with carbon steel pans is to let them properly heat up. I'm really bad at this step. I get too impatient and I just start chucking things in. But yeah. have a little bit of coffee left. So it's doing its thing. All right, let's add this chicken. I think it's good to go. So because there's multiple steps where the chicken is cooked, that's why I went with the thigh. Because I thought that like even if it's like subjected to multiple steps of heat application, it would have the better chance of like still being moist somewhat. Oh, I'm gonna lower the heat down. There's a lot of chicken. I don't know if this pan is going to be enough to cook all of this. I think maybe what I can do is I can cook all the chicken, but then not use all the chicken in the final sauce dish. Because this is now just like delicious marinated chicken. I just didn't want like leftover chicken. Actually, how much chicken does this recipe call for? Well, when you buy this stuff, you just buy it in like a tray. Let's see. Okay. Have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. 4 6-ounce boneless. Hey Google, how many grams is 6 ounces? Hey Google, what's 170 times by 4? Okay, this is more chicken than that. I believe this is like twice the amount of chicken required, which makes sense. And I think the more I brown this, the more crust it has on the bottom, the better the sauce will be. Not gonna lie, this chicken already looks really good. I don't know if that, like, maybe I'm a very simple person, but this kind of stuff gives me a lot of joy. Just like being able to create something, like, I did this, I made this. No, it's just like with my 2 hands. And every time I make a dish, I'm like, if there's gonna be apocalypse, I can survive, but survive with delicious food. And like, look, I could probably recreate something like this from memory. It wouldn't be exactly like this, but like enough to sort of like break down what makes it tasty, you know? Wow, Italian seasoning is no joke. Pretty good. Okay. I think it's pretty good. I'm going to, whoops, throwing things around the kitchen. No, take some of this out. I should stop poking things and just give it time to develop some browning. This is much better than the dried chilies in oil experience. That one was rough on the nasal cavities. This time, like, I don't know, today was kind of like very cozy. If I had enough energy, I could totally edit this into like one of those cottagecore videos. I'm really just like cosplaying, living in a cottage in the forest. But no, I'm just in suburban Australia. Alright, last bit. Maybe I will add a little bit more of the oil. Crap, there's the oil jar. Well, yeah, that'll do. And actually, need to rinse off. Don't know if it's just me, but I got some sauce on my hand. I'm like, ew. Cool. Yes. Oh, we're gonna go over time. Actually, getting quick. Let me just give like the Twitch app a bit of a kick. I don't know why it's sometimes suspicious. Alright, it's refreshed. Chat. I'm just like honestly really just happy because I know the tiramisu is gonna be delicious. I can tell. Okay, so once this is done, I'm gonna take that out into the container as well. And we'll just use half of it to make the Tuscan chicken. And I think I even have enough cream to make the sauce again. Oh, in which case I should use half the sun-dried tomatoes and save the other half. Or should I use all of it? I don't know. How much does the recipe say for sun-dried tomato? Half a cup. Yeah, maybe I'll use half of it. Maybe it's a bit ambitious. Oh, I think I might have burnt some of this stuff. Some of the dried garlic. So, this is a weird question, but like, I want to know if anyone does laughing. Not that I want to do laughing. I think the whole battle thing, I'm not really a huge fan of like IRL waving sticks around. As in waving foreign weapons around and whacking people or getting whacked in return with them. But there is because we're on the topic of like fantasy and stuff, there is like a giant sort of like laughing festival convention thing that happens in Canada every year. That like, that's on my bucket list. I want to do that at least once. Apparently there's a whole bunch of like story quests and stuff and side quests and like guilds and stuff that you can join. Also, I'm kind of excited to see like what it'd be like to like cosplay in medieval for a week. But yeah, it's like a full thing. It has its own like currency system. You have guilds, you have quests, you have battles. There's like a major battle on like one of the days. They have like game masters that like sort of like influence the story and how it flows. It just sounds really, really cool. I want to do it in my lifetime. I'm here for like whimsy content. Okay. This is, I think, it's the bottom bit is burning a little bit, so I should just take this out now. Okay, and this is where we need to add the onions. And I think hopefully the onions will like sweat out some of this browning stuff on the bottom. Okay. Do. So at the moment, the kitchen smells like Italian herbs and garlic that came from the dried garlic granules. Oops. How did your back? Hey Leo, how's it going? Looks like we're going overtime. Yep. We did finish the pasta. The cooking of the chicken may take a little time. We should probably cook the pasta. It's alright, one thing at a time. But yeah, it's gone pretty good. Everything smells really good. Nothing's caught on fire. I thought this had burnt a little bit, but it's just like browning. It's okay. Let it like get a little bit softened. And then we'll add... Oh, when does the spinach come in? After the sun-dried tomatoes. Actually, maybe we can add them now because they're actually... No. You're right. We should wait until we've cooked up the sun-dried tomatoes and stuff. I think it's just like kind of getting softened and good. I don't think we need to wait till they're like... I'm just going to add half of this bowl. And this has garlic and sun-dried tomatoes. And then I'll save the other half for the other half of chicken to make on another day, I guess. Oh, it's starting to like, the brown bit's starting to come off the bottom of the pan. This is great, this is great. Yeah, some days, some streams we go over. I think it was the pasta that. All right, this is frozen spinach. Good luck, spinach. Please don't stuff it up too badly. So this will drastically drop the temperature of what's happening in the pan. I'm gonna use a wooden spatula. And it's gonna introduce a lot of liquid. Maybe I should have defrosted them. Well, this is gonna take a while because, kind of regret a little bit. So you know what? Maybe I can use... This pan is not going to be good enough. The frozen spinach is so bizarre to you? Yeah. But I actually use a lot of frozen spinach in a lot of my cooking. This sauce may turn out a little bit green. But like, it's so cheap, Penguin. And I don't have to wash it. You don't understand. I really hate washing spinach. It just gets into all those like nooks and crannies and like, gross. I'm going to do, hang on, 1.5 cups. What is 1.5 cups? 1 cup is 250. 1.5 is like 300 and something, which is like approximately half of this cream. So I'm going to add the cream now. Actually, Penguin, what alternative do you use? Because you said you're lactose intolerant. So what do you use instead of cream? Okay, I used half of it, approximately. This spinach is just going to break apart. But honestly, having frozen spinach in the freezer is such a handy frozen vegetable to have. Zymil lactose-free cream. Oh, yeah, that is. Okay, so it doesn't change the taste too much. I'm glad that lactose-free stuff. I've heard for some lactose intolerant people that even like sometimes the lactose-free stuff doesn't work for them. Like my understanding is that with lactose, it's the sugar, the lactose sugar, that causes issues. And if you don't have that particular enzyme, it can cause a lot of problems. And so what they do with lactose-free products is that introduce that enzyme in so that you don't have to digest it. Like your body doesn't have to digest it and deal with it. It's already taken care of. How much Parmesan is this recipe? 1/4 cup. Let me eyeball what 1/4 cup looks like. Oh, that's not very much at all. Just don't use the plant pressed creams. Those taste strange. Yeah. I can imagine that. Maybe like, I feel like something like cashew would be okay with this particular dish. I'm gonna take 1/4 cup of Parmesan as a suggestion. And I'm gonna add more. Just like, yeah. I think it needs more cheese. And you can't go too wrong. The reason why I'm adding the cream, because the cream will heat up and it'll help the spinach melt. Let's just say. Oh yes, we still have a flame. I think coconut, actually, I think coconut cream might be okay. Coconut and chicken with sun-dried tomatoes, I think it will give it more of like a, I don't know how it'll go. I don't think it will go well with Parmesan though. Okay. I think I added way too much spinach. I think I might have stuffed up there. But you know what? It's gonna have lots of fiber. Alright, maybe the equivalent of 2 cups of like fresh spinach is maybe like 1/2 cup of frozen spinach. Because this is more like a spinach curry than anything. Alright, I admit, maybe I stuffed up there. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's cream, cheese, spinach, sun-dried tomatoes. The ratios are off, I will admit that. But it can't be too bad. I think my gas can, which is running low. You use coconut cream in Tuscan once. You wouldn't recommend. It doesn't taste right. Okay. That's good to know. Actually, I do have lactose intolerant friends. Actually, you know what? This dish would be really good to make. So I have a friend who had a baby recently. Well, not recently anymore. I think the baby is getting older. But I was making some meals for them earlier on, and I was making like Japanese curry and like lasagna and stuff that like is frozen, that can be frozen and then just reheated. Because like my understanding is like as new parents, you just don't have like a lot of energy and mental capacity to deal with like what are we going to eat as adults, as like human beings. So like hopefully that just gives them a bit of a helping hand. But yeah, I feel like this dish would be really good to make for that, for like the purposes of like freezing, making this ahead of time, freezing it, and then making the pasta, not handmade pasta, this is too extreme. But then like just mixing them together, like reheating the sauce and then adding the pasta. Okay, I admit there's way too much spinach in this. This is more like The sauce should be mostly sauce with a little suggestion of spinach. This is mostly spinach with a suggestion of sauce. You know what? I will have a lot of fiber in my diet. It's great. I was just saying how we all could use more fiber in our diet. What have I made? I made, it looks like pesto stuff. Maybe I should pivot and make it into pesto. And let me do a little like tasting. It's a lot of spinach. Do you know what? I think it needs some milk. Hang on. What do I have? I have cottage cheese, but I don't think that's right. I think adding cottage cheese. Or can I? How will anyone know? I'm gonna do it. I need more like a saucy component. Man, this is turning into like a fitness meal. Increase protein, increase fiber. I don't know, can you cook cottage cheese? I have no idea. We're making a potion now. Don't say it like that, Penguin. It needs more sauce. It needs more liquid. And then also being aware that as I add things to this, it's getting more diluted. Having flashed myself to if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been on bike. Maybe like milk? Hang on. I feel like full cream milk will help the situation. And like, I am diluting the flavor, so I need to add some more like salt back in. Oh no. Maybe we need to have like, we should have like repeat streams where like I learn from my mistakes and then I do it better next time. All right, I'm adding in milk. To like dilute it a little bit. And like still keeping with like the creamy component, but just like, you know, make it more saucy rather than spinach. I hope this tastes okay. Well, there is a lot of spinach flavor. I mean, there's not that much to this recipe flavor profile. I'm adding some mushroom stock flavor because what it does is it just adds like the salt and like some savoriness back in. This is where having the ability to adapt the recipe comes in useful. You need the skills. Except so the miscalculation was assuming that 250 grams. Val, your faith in me. Yeah. We've been down this road before, chat. What is missing? Okay, actually, we're gonna add in the rest of the sun-dried tomato and garlic because we need to balance out the spinach. Okay, I stuffed up with the spinach. The spinach was my bad. That was on me. I will. So now, essentially, instead of frying the garlic in, hopefully this gets enough to the heat that essentially we're poaching the garlic and sun-dried tomato. How else can I oomph the tomato flavor? I have to like rename this. I can't present this as Tuscan chicken because chat, like, this will be delicious, but it's just funny because I started out being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make Tuscan chicken and Torfie pasta. Couldn't do the Torfie pasta shape. Thank goodness for Jeannie. That's like, oh, that's cavatelli. And I'm like, yes, it is cavatelli. Quickly looks up, what is cavatelli? Yeah, it looks like it. Hey, oh, we can do the same. We can be like, is there a spinach pasta? Pesto chicken. It's not quite pesto because pesto is actually using basil, and I haven't put any oh, should I add basil? I do have basil. Hang on. Spinach chicken pasta. Hang on. We can creamy chicken spinach pasta. That's what we're making, chat. Oh Lord. Don't worry. We'll do a repeat stream where we'll actually make Tuscany chicken. Honestly, it's the same steps. So, creamy chicken spinach pasta, salt, pepper, butter, oil, garlic, Dijon mustard, Italian seasoning, we got that, lemon juice, chicken broth, whipping cream, baby spinach. Okay, chat. We're pivoting. Just tell people it's pesto chicken, send it to them, then run away. No. We're pivoting. This is now creamy spinach pasta. Okay? That's, just pretend this whole time, creamy spinach. Right. The recipe for this creamy spinach added Dijon mustard. We can do that. We've got some Dijon mustard. How much Dijon mustard? Half a teaspoon. Okay. We're committing to Dijon mustard. I mean, creamy spinach pasta. Don't worry, Val. We'll do a redo of the Tuscan chicken. I won't let you down. Next time. Don't count this time. This is the practice run. Wow, so much spinach. The Dijon is kind of good. I can feel it. But my only other concern now is like, I don't know what happened, chat. Well, actually, no, I do. I think it was the milk. It made it really watery. So I now need to like, I need to combat it and thicken up the sauce a little bit and add some starch. Don't worry, we got this. Because I want the sauce to cling to the noodles. Or the pasta noodles. Don't worry, chat. Good old starch trick. Whoa! Almost dropped the spoon into the... That creamy spinach. I love me a good creamy spinach pasta sauce. Don't you, chat? Creamy spinach. That's so great. Yeah, let me taste it now. Where's the teaspoon? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna add some basil. And all right, at this point, it's a monstrosity, but like it's a delicious monstrosity. I think it needs chili, Kat. I think it needs a little bit of chili. So I'm gonna add some like Korean. I'm adding some Korean chili powder because that's the only chili I got in the house. Wow. Okay. Mmm. Chat. Basil fixes everything. It's like, oh yeah, it's back to tasting Italian now. Great. All right, now we'll just add the chicken in. And then, oh yeah. Yep. Oh no, the light, it went dark. Hang on. Oh, it's the camera insisted on. It's sometimes like the auto feature of the camera. The camera's like, no, we're not gonna deal with this. I can't deal with this, and then it gave up. This monstrosity. Someone queued up the Donkey Quest, yeah. Okay. All right, and then while that's happening, I'm going to boil. I'm just gonna let it like be friends with each other. I'm gonna let the chicken and the sauce sort of like intermingle. I probably add a little bit more chicken. I'm gonna maximize this pan. But like not. Chat, if I was a mother and if my kids were like, oh, I want to eat that dish that you make, nothing is ever going to turn out the same 2 times in a row. Everything is going to be like. Also, the gas can ran out of gas. So I need to like put in a new can of gas. 1 second. Unlock this. Get rid of this. Oh, that's hot. Okay. Man, it's not locked properly. Oh, did I stuff it up? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Here we go. All right. Alley-oop. Back up. Heat this back up. Oh, and then we need to. Darn it, chat. I should have boiled water to boil the pasta. Oh no. I think my nose needs to sneeze. What's happening? What are those, Steve? What is what, Steven? This is creamy spinach pasta sauce. You know what? The other dish I should make is like the spinach pasta curry. Okay, and then we have our, what did Jeannie call this? Cavatelli. We have our cavatelli handmade pasta, which we're gonna boil now in a small pot with some water, and we'll bring it up to the boil, and then we'll do like a portion with some salt and some oil in it. Classic. And then we still have a tiramisu, chat. Okay. I think this guy is like pretty good now. It looks delicious. It's so green. Yeah, Steven. Oh, it's very healthy. There's so much fiber in here from the spinach. Creamy spinach chicken, sun-dried tomatoes. It's great. It's going to be a fantastic time. Oh no, I'm gaslighting chat. I'm a terrible person. It's okay, we'll make our mistakes look good. Some oil and then a little bit of salt into the pot. And then I'll measure out like a portion. Probably serve it in that. So maybe like, how much is a good amount of pasta? I just want to do one portion. You would actually eat that though? Yeah, especially when I tell you it comes with handmade pasta. Like, look at that. Well, I'm going to boil it in a second, once it's boiled. Let me taste like a piece of chicken. Just to like... Mmm. Chicken thigh cut up was definitely the way to go, chat. It's like, you can actually bite through it. And the chicken, because it was coated in that Italian seasoning, still has that flavor. But then, I think you can put it on top of rice. It's like eating curry. Yeah, you could. I think you can also eat it with like mashed potato. Chat, it's actually still good. It's not, it's definitely not Tuscan chicken, but it's creamy chicken pasta. Alright, so let me boil this water. Once this boils, then we'll chuck this pasta in. I think we'll have to boil it for like 5 minutes. Or as a filling in bread? Possibly. Actually, like, this is the consistency of, like inside like a bread that is then like fried or cooked. Yeah. Well, while that is boiling, let's get out our tiramisu, chat. And I need cacao powder because we're going to do the dusting on top. You make me want to make that. I should hang on. I feel like I'm misleading chat, but anyway. You should make it. It's very easy if you follow the recipe properly. Oh, I need a sieve because I'm gonna do the cocoa dusting on top of the tiramisu as part of the presentation. I don't have a small sieve. I just have a big sieve. Okay, chat. I'm gonna move the spinach chicken. Ooh, chat. This is the tiramisu. There's like some layers going on there. And then I'm gonna dust it with cacao powder. So it's cream, ladyfinger biscuits dipped in coffee, and this is going to be a mess. I'm going to try my best to do it like... Maybe I should do it on a chopping board so that it captures some of the spillage. Like this. How am I so tight on space? Tomorrow you're gonna go to market to buy ingredients. Let me send you the recipe. I'm gonna send you the creamy spinach pasta recipe in chat. Stand by. Here we go. Creamy chicken spinach pasta. There you go. It doesn't quite look like it because I added a lot more things. You're welcome. I had a lot more spinach, okay? And I also added sun-dried tomatoes. But you know, that's generally the vibe. And also the spinach I added was like chopped up frozen spinach because it's cheaper. All right, I'm doing the the cacao. The dusting of cocoa. And then that should be good. Okay. Oh my goodness, chat. Well, doesn't this look so much more attractive now? This is our dessert. Oh, I should wipe down this now that like all the powder. Oh, and this is ready. So now we can pop this pasta in. Whoa. Hey Google, set a timer for 5 minutes. All right, chat. We're almost on the home stretch. We took a few detours. There's a few interpretations. But what if the ingredients are not at my place? I will think about that later. I think the main things you need is chicken, spinach, cream, and yeah. So you can also try the Tuscan chicken recipe. I think it would be very, very similar. Ooh, I should follow. Oh, now I should stir the pasta so that it doesn't stick to itself. Oh yes, I was clearing this spot so that I could like take a photo of the unmolested tiramisu. So there's like light patterns all over it. Oh, and then the Akabeka can be in the background. Because there's nothing to do with an Italian tiramisu. But like, that's cool. Well, chat. Oh, excellent. The pasta is boiling away. Oh, I think I can use this other tool I have to fish it out. And I will plonk it into this. Three minutes left. Yay! I'll do like a close-up of the like sauce. I reckon you could make this vegetarian by subbing out the chicken for firm tofu and like still putting the tofu in like Italian seasoning if you wanted like a vegetarian take on this. This pasta kind of looks like, not gonna lie, kind of looks like gnocchi. I'll give it another 2 minutes. Oh, let me try a thick boy. Let me just see whether it is. Yeah, it needs a bit longer. Because this one is like a little bit thicker than the Papardelle. And so I want to make sure that the inside is all cooked through. Ah, chat. That was kind of fun. Also, I enjoyed the challenge of trying to rescue it. I should leave it alone and just let it like boil its thing. I hope you enjoyed today's adventure where we started out with a recipe. We didn't quite get there, but we still end up with something delicious. And then, but I definitely know that the tiramisu will be delicious. Like there's not too much to stuff up there. 40 more seconds. Let me have a look at this. I'm trying to go for al dente. I'm not. Oh. Betty Bello. Did you make it to the coffee shop, Betty Bear? Oh. That's 5 minutes to the pasta. All right, we got our cavatelli, which I'm just dishing straight into the bowl with a scoop. Oh, there's quite a lot of pasta actually. I should scoop out the rest of it. Just so it doesn't sit in the water. Okay. This is our cooked pasta, chat. I can take a photo of it in the attractive lights. And then we're gonna whack the pasta sauce on top. Oh my goodness. What can go wrong? Ooh, chat. Wow, that looks so good. Spinach, creamy spinach chicken pasta. Ooh, the lighting in this particular corner of the table looks really good. All right, chat. Let's try it because I'm kind of hungry now. POV. You walk into Nonna Ame's kitchen. This is This is what gets put in front of you. Creamy chicken pasta with additional sun-dried tomatoes. Mmm. Mmm. You have the onion, you have the sun-dried tomato. Mm. Oh, I can taste the Parmesan. It's really good. And the pasta in this format is like easy to eat. There's just like little lumps. Chat. I hope you enjoy your creamy chicken pasta POV. mm. What's there not to love? Okay. Look, the texture of the pasta could be better. It's a little bit tough. I think because I handled it so much. But it's not hard to bite through. There's just a bit of a bounce to it, if that makes sense. But it goes well with the creamy chicken. All right. We'll do a redo in the future for Tuscan chicken. And I'll use less spinach. That's still bloody good though. Tiramisu time, chat. Oh, let's go old granny vibes. Or granny vibes. Go with this like antique, probably like 19 something plate. And is this enough to pick up? My concern is taking the tiramisu out of the dish. So I think we need to cut it and then use a spatula to support it out. I did take a photo of it before we attempted this. So let's see how this goes. Okay. I'm a little bit nervous about it. Let's do like, I don't even know which square is like, I think this square. I should avoid the side for presentation purposes. Cut down like that. All right. How can I take this out? I think that's why people usually put it. Oh, that wasn't a bad plating. Chat. Tiramisu. Oh my gosh. That actually kind of looks really good. Oh, it's so cute. It's like a lumpy pal, a sponge and cream. And it needs like, unfortunately, the only sunbeam is like where the stove is. Wait, maybe I can like elevate it. I know. I can make this look good. Like this. You can kind of see the background. Wait. That's where the sunbeam is. I don't know, man. I'm just trying my best. Okay, we have tiramisu. Ta-da! I can get a teaspoon and we can try it. Chat, this is going to be really good. So we have sponge layer dipped in coffee with hazelnut walnut liqueur mixed in, and then a layer of cream, which is mascarpone, egg yolks, creamed with egg yolks, and then egg whites in for a fluffier texture. Okay, I think the longer it sits, some of the center bit of the sponge will get a bit more moisture. But as it is, it's really good. The coffee's nice and strong. Oh, the alcohol is actually quite strong. Oh, there's a lot of sunlight. Oh, it's really good, chat. I declare, Italian Day is a success. That's pretty good. You want dessert now? This is really good dessert. Also, because the coffee is quite strong, it balances out the sugar in the cream. So they complement each other really well. Ah, I'm happy. We did good, chat. We did good. Somehow, it all turned out fine. Alrighty, I'm putting some of the stuff away and then we can do our little wrap up. And I need to protect the chicken. And I need to put a lid on the pan. I'm gonna take my bowl in and then we can do our wrap up. You know what? I reckon I could eat this with a spoon. Yeah. Oh, I'll put my tiramisu away. Our cat likes cream. All right, and then I can put the lid on this, protect it from the kitty a little bit. I don't think she'll go for the, you know what, I should put the pasta away. You're right, I can't trust her. She is very greedy. Okay. Ah. What a day, chat. All right, let me do a wrap up. I feel like I need to redo Tuscan Chicken now. Oh yes, our raw retro. Cool. I'm gonna take a bite before we get started. Oh, yum. Look, it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. Great. What makes this cool? Great spinach. No, wait, it's called creamy spinach with handmade Papardelle pasta. What else makes it feel good? Being able to adapt recipes when things go wrong. Did things go wrong or did they turn out for the better? It's just unexpected. This is the better framing of it, when unexpected things happen. Yeah. What pushes us forward? Oh, actually, I forgot to add what is also really good. Tiramisu is amazing. It makes all the problems seem less significant. What pushes us forward? Oh, probably like just experimenting. I thought that I could make the trophy. Turns out it's really hard. The trophy pasta. And I'm like, I don't even know how I could do it. I think it's like you're taught the technique, and then once you get it, then you get it. But I think if you don't really know the muscles of like how to move the pasta, then maybe as in how to move your hand in the way to create that shape, you may not be able to. I might have to like do more of a deep dive into the trophy. But yeah, it's just experimenting and seeing what happens. And I think for me, that's like the process of like growth and creative growth of like, oh yeah, where do we want to go? Well, Monday will just be Castle Minecraft. Wednesday will be Wilds fishing. I'm looking forward to getting that achievement. If I can. I don't know. It might take way longer than for the 4-hour stream that I have planned. Next Friday. I don't think we should reattempt Tuscan Chicken straight away. But does anyone have any creative nuggets of ideas? I'm just mulling while I eat the pasta. Any ideas? I think I need to give pasta a break. That's for sure. Is it time to go back to Indian food? Oh, actually, I do need to finish on time next week because I have to go pick up my sister. She's coming down to visit me. So I do have to finish on time. What's a reliable dish that is still a little bit of a challenge that will still be fun to do, but not too many things can go wrong with it? Generally, Korean food is good. Should I do survival cooking? Like, easy beef Wellington. No way, Bertie Bear. No way. Too many things can go wrong. How bad could it be? The pastry could tear. We're not doing anything with pastry. Pastry is like a nightmare. There's too many variables. I don't know how British people do it. Some kind of stir fry maybe? It's just a sausage roll. What cuisine? Jellied eels? No, because then we have to wait for the jellied eels to set. What country should we go to next? So we've done so far Korea, Japanese, we've done... Oh, should we try some Vietnamese? Hang on. How hard? I want to see this pancake thing. Oh, we should do this. So it's called bun kok. So you might know bun sao. Bun sao is like a big pancake. of like, and it's a savory pancake. It's a Vietnamese dish. Bánh xèo is like a savory pancake made with rice flour, cornstarch, turmeric powder, water, and coconut milk. Topped with shrimp, brush with scallion oil, and then fry on a pan. I did pick up a pan from Kmart that is used to cook eggs because I thought that the shape could be used to make bánh khọt. All right, I'm gonna try it. I really want to do it. I've never made it before. I normally eat it at like New Year festivals. So usually at New Year festivals, you have to have like this special pan to make it. But now that I have this pan, I think we should try it. And the worst case scenario, if I can't make bánh khọt, I think I can turn it into bánh xèo, which is just the bigger version with the same batter. So so I think the tricky thing is finding the rice flour. And then once you make it, I don't think it's too hard. And then prawns, I can use the ones that are already peeled, which will make things easier. Yeah, let's do that. I want to challenge myself. It'll be good. And maybe I'll just do the one dish because there's a little bit of prep work, is there? Is there also another like Vietnamese? What are Vietnamese desserts? I know chè, that like these like sweet soups. Oh, a Vietnamese flan, grilled banana. I had to think about it. But yeah, I think we're gonna go Vietnamese. I want to go Vietnamese. I want to see if I can do it. But yes. Oh, now I'm excited. Okay. And then at some point in the future, we will reattempt. We'll reattempt Tuscan chicken. Maybe do a different Italian dessert than tiramisu. But yeah. So what happened today? We set out to make Tuscan chicken. Instead, we made creamy spinach pasta. That was my bad. I added too much of the frozen spinach and it ended up being more spinach than any other ingredient. I set out to make Torfie pasta, except I couldn't curl the shape the same way as I could see in the videos. Instead, we made cavatelli, which we only identified thanks to Jeannie. We also made tiramisu, which turned out perfection. Nothing to criticize with the tiramisu there. So that's in the bag. We got that down pat. You saw that reel. What reel? The Torfie reel. Eels. I don't know what you're referencing. Daddy, you're coming in at the wrong time. But yeah, shout outs. Thank you to Ame for dropping in first, Leo, Penguin for coming in when you're working and like keeping me company, Valk for lurking, Birchie Bear for lurking, Tidy for lurking, Jeannie for popping in, Steven for popping in, Jace for popping in. I was like, wow, look at this little motley crew that we have. But yeah, I'm excited. Thanks everyone. Thanks for keeping me company. I had a lot of fun. I have something delicious to eat now. I will survive for another week on this. No, I'll probably finish in the next like 3-4 days or so. And then other than that, thank you so much once again for supporting me. I really appreciate it. It is going into the weekend, so I wish you a lovely weekend. Please take care of yourselves. And yeah, and go out and spend some lovely time with people you care about. Take care, everyone. Bye.